Chapter 80. Secret arts were divided into heaven, earth, profound, and yellow grade. Yellow grade secret arts could only allow one to cultivate up to the third order spirit stream realm, profound grade secret arts could allow one to reach the sixth order, and earth grade secret arts could allow one to reach the ninth order. There were only 9 layers of the spirit stream realm. Logically speaking, an earth grade cultivation technique was enough to allow a spirit stream realm cultivator to cultivate to the great circle. In reality, this was not the case. Earth grade techniques could only allow a cultivator to open 180 acupoints, but the human body had 360 acupoints. After cultivating to 180 apertures, if he wanted to open more spiritual apertures, he would have to switch to a heaven-grade cultivation method. A ninth-order spirit stream realm cultivator, who cultivated an earth-grade secret art and opened 180 apertures would be able to open 181 apertures after switching to a heaven-grade secret art. However, switching to a heaven-grade secret art would cause the cultivator's original realm to drop by several levels. In the classification of heaven-grade secret arts, 180 apertures was only the level of a sixth-order spirit stream realm cultivator. In short, the number of spiritual cavities a cultivator had opened wasn't the standard to judge their cultivation, but rather the number of small circulatory cycles in their body. Cultivators with the same number of spiritual cavities may not necessarily have the same level of cultivation. In one of the only times he had imparted the Tao to Lu Yi, the headmaster had told him about the differences between cultivation methods, so he remembered these things. This Luoji seemed to be only a second-order spirit stream realm cultivator, but in reality, he had opened at least 50 spirit apertures. This was because his spiritual power fluctuations were much stronger than Lu Ye's. For a heaven-grade secret art, opening 18 apertures was the first order, and opening 45 apertures was the second order. After realizing this, Lu Yi immediately understood that Luoji was the strongest opponent he had ever faced. It had to be known that under an earth-grade secret art, opening 45 apertures was the standard for a fourth-order spirit stream realm cultivator. In other words, Luoji, who cultivated a heaven-grade secret art and was only a second-order spirit stream realm cultivator, had a cultivation between the fourth-order and fifth-order spirit stream realm. Coupled with his attainments in spirit arts, even an ordinary fifth-order spirit stream realm cultivator would not be afraid. This was the foundation of a disciple from a top sect. When they were very young, they began to determine their future path, and continued to research and explore on this path, tempering their bodies. When they reached a suitable age, they would begin to cultivate. They would not be in a hurry to increase their cultivation, because every time they wanted to increase their cultivation, they would need to open 2 or 3 times more spiritual cavities than ordinary cultivators. When such a person's cultivation wasn't high, he could often fight people who were 2 or 3 levels above him. Even if his cultivation had increased, it was still common for him to kill people who were a higher level than him. Once such people grew up, they would definitely become overlord-level experts. Lu Yi was honored to meet a future overlord. The brief exchange ended with his complete defeat. When Luoji appeared, Ling Xian rushed up to him. However, after a few spells, he was forced back to his original position. For a weapon cultivator like him to fight against a Dharma cultivator, close combat was the way to go. However, Luoji was obviously not that easy to get close to. "Which sect are you from, you brute?" Luoji did not pursue him because he was confident in his victory. It was not that he looked down on Lu Yi, but the environment here was not suitable for a weapon cultivator like Lu Yi to perform. Instead, it would make his spells more threatening. In the early stages of cultivation, it was very advantageous to be able to use spells. However, the passageway here was so narrow that Lu Yi could not move at all. Lu Yi obviously realized this. At this moment, retreating from the exit at the back was the right way. However, he did not intend to do so, because he had a vague feeling that if he retreated now, he would not have the courage to face Luo Ji the next time he saw him. From this guy's first sentence, Ling Xian could infer that he was here specifically to find him. There was no way to avoid him. Then he could only fight. His opponent had a good foundation, but did he not have one? In the end, Luo Ji was only using some small spells. Ling Xian's defensive spiritual tattoos could block them. Lu Yi tightened his grip on the saber and leaned forward slightly. He shifted his center of gravity and assumed the posture of a cheetah pouncing on its prey. Ling Xian took a deep breath, and the spiritual power in the 3 small circulatory systems in his body began to surge and roar. The next moment, he dashed forward and the stones under his feet splashed. Bai Zhua! Luo Ji shouted. Lu Ye's eyes were still sore from the previous loss. Therefore, when he heard Luo Ji's shout, he immediately narrowed his eyes and raised his left hand to block in front of his eyes. However, there was no strong explosion of light. Instead, an icicle full of coldness attacked him. At the same time, Luo Ji's mocking laughter sounded. I lied to you. Son of a bitch. Lu Yi was furious. He finally understood why this guy had to shout every time he released a spell. It turned out that he was preparing for this moment. He was really insidious. He raised his saber and slashed out. The icicle was broken. However, immediately after that, more icicles attacked him. The sound of breaking air could not be heard. Luo Ji didn't seem to need to rest to release spells. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Lu Yi would have suspected that this guy was secretly activating an ice talisman. Clanging sounds could be heard. Lu Ye's saber danced and shattered the icicles one by one. He could only block those that he couldn't destroy in time. He struggled to advance. Because of the large amount of ice shards, the tunnel began to become cold. After a full 10 breaths, Lu Yi had only moved 3 steps forward. The icicles flew towards him with great force, hindering his advance. Behind Luo Ji's small head suddenly popped out. However, before she could move, Luo Ji turned his head as if he had eyes on the back of his head. At the same time, he raised his hand and a golden arc slashed towards Yi. Yi screamed and quickly retracted her head. Roar! Hoopa roared. He thought that Yi had been injured. This tiger roar was clearly different from the others. When the tiger roar sounded, Lu Yi felt as if someone had smashed his head with a small hammer. Luo Ji, who was standing opposite him, even staggered a step. He muttered in surprise, a strange beast. He had seen Hoopo before, but he didn't pay much attention to him. Only now did he realize that this handsome white tiger seemed to have some special abilities. He didn't have time to think, because while he was distracted by Hoopo's roar, Lu Yi took advantage of the situation to rush over. Luo Ji roared, Bai Zhua! After falling for it once, how could Lu Yi fall for it again? He narrowed his eyes and charged forward without a care. Kacha, the shattered ice shards suddenly wrapped around Lu Yi and quickly condensed. It seemed that they wanted to freeze Lu Yi inside. At this critical moment, Lu Yi had no choice but to retreat. Just as he steadied himself, a large block of ice appeared between him and Luo Ji. If he hadn't run quickly, the block of ice would have wrapped around him. Once that happened, with Luo Ji's methods, Lu Yi was dead for sure. Phew! Seeing Lu Yi blocked by the ice block, Luo Ji breathed a sigh of relief. The intensity of this battle had exceeded his expectations. Originally, when 9-Star Sect had asked him to deal with Lu Yi, he had thought it would be a simple matter. Even if the other party came from a top force, his strength was obvious. A third-order spirit stream realm cultivator who cultivated an ordinary secret art wasn't something he would put in his eyes. However, after really fighting, Luo Ji discovered that this third order was somewhat different from the third order he had encountered before. Chapter 81. With Luo Ji's current strength, he could kill an ordinary third-order cultivator with 2 or 3 spirit techniques at most, but he had already used countless spirit techniques in his fight with Lu Yi. What surprised him in particular was that this tiger could fight with spirit tattoos. Studying spirit tattoos was several times more difficult than studying spirit techniques because constructing spirit tattoos was a very delicate job. The slightest mistake would lead to failure, let alone activating spirit tattoos in battle. Generally, only a fairly experienced spirit tattooist had such capital. But how old was Lu Yi? Through observation, Luo Ji determined that Lu Yi had mastered a defensive spirit tattoo, which could block his ice all technique and could be used at will. This discovery inevitably made Luo Ji put away his contempt. What his senior brothers said before he went out was right. He couldn't be careless and couldn't underestimate any enemy. Lu Yi might not have opened as many spirit cavities as he did, and he might not have as many means as he did, but the spirit tattoo technique alone was not something an ordinary person could possess. However, Luo Ji didn't flinch because of this. On the contrary, his fighting spirit was high. These days in the outer circle, no one he met could arouse his fighting spirit. It was rare to meet such a well-matched opponent, so how could he miss it? Just as he was thinking, a bright blade suddenly flashed in front of him, accompanied by a cracking sound. A huge block of ice was broken from the middle, and from the gap, a figure rushed out. Ice prison technique was broken just like that? Luo Ji's face was filled with surprise. That was not an ordinary ice block, but a spell. It was a spell he had created based on the icicle technique. Although it could not trap Lu Yi, it should not have been broken so easily. This made him realize that the spirit artifact in Lu Ye's hand was extraordinary. He definitely couldn't withstand such a strike. His spirit chi surged as he launched another spirit technique, one after another, towards Lu Yi. Lu Yi charged forward. This time, he didn't use his saber to slash apart those spells, nor did he dodge. Instead, he forcefully charged forward. All the spells that came at him were blocked by his defensive spirit runes. In the dark corridor, light constantly bloomed, and the distance between them was rapidly closing. Luo Ji's eyelids twitched as he secretly cursed Lu Yi for being a brainless brute. However, it was undeniable that this boorish fellow's response had caused him to panic. In a battle between a weapon cultivator and a Dharma cultivator, the Dharma cultivator would have the upper hand if there was a distance between them. However, once the Dharma cultivator was closed in, the Dharma cultivator would usually not have a good ending. In just 3 breaths of time, Lu Yi was only 2 feet away from Luo Ji. The long saber in his hand flashed as he slashed out. Luo Ji hurriedly retreated, but at this moment, Yi appeared behind him again. Her figure quickly solidified, and she raised her hand and slapped Luo Ji on the shoulder. Luo Ji was scared out of his wits, but he soon realized that this palm didn't have much lethality and was easily blocked by his protective spiritual energy. Suddenly, the spirit light on his back shone brightly. The spirit light was extremely sharp and pierced into his back like sharp thorns. Yi, who was about to strike him with another palm, immediately cried out in pain and dodged. However, after being blocked by her, Luo Ji had nowhere to run. If it was an attack from any other third-order master, Luo Ji was confident he could block it with his body-protecting spirit chi, but he had seen Lu Yi break through the ice prison technique, so how could he dare be careless? Fog shield. Luo Ji shouted as his spirit chi surged and his body was immediately wrapped in a layer of misty spirit chi. Lu Ye's saber slashed down, but even with its sharpness, it still couldn't break through the fog shield. He felt like he had struck a piece of rubber and his long saber was stuck inside. Luo Ji retreated while raising his hand to point at Lu Yi and grit his teeth. Golden lightning. This time, it was Lu Ye's turn to be unable to dodge. The golden half-moon slash hit Lu Ye's chest, but before that, he had already activated his spirit inscription to protect himself. Lu Yi slashed down with his saber again. Ice spike. Wind blade. Thunder halberd. Inside the corridor, Luo Ji's angry roars continued to echo. Accompanied by his shouts, different types of spirit chi techniques were constantly launched, causing Lu Ye's chest to pound. He seemed to be full of momentum, but in reality, He was retreating step by step. Because of the pressure from Lu Ye's saber, the fog shield around his body began to show signs of collapse. I don't believe you can maintain this kind of spirit inscription forever, Luo Ji roared as he fought with Lu Yi. Although he was shocked that Lu Yi could fight with spirit inscriptions, the consumption of spirit qi to activate them was very high. As long as Lu Ye's spirit qi was exhausted, he would win. The brute opposite him was like a mute, not saying a word, but attacking more and more fiercely. After a while, the corners of Luo Ji's eyes twitched. He felt that the situation was not good. Lu Yi consumed a lot of spirit qi to activate his spirit inscriptions, and so did Luo Ji's spirit qi. He did have more spirit qi than Lu Yi, but he had more spirit qi to activate. And because he had to guard against Yi, he had to maintain his fog shield, which consumed even more spirit qi. If this continued, it was really hard to say who would be the first to break. Thinking quickly, Luo Ji roared, "Bai Zhuo." When he raised his hand, a spirit talisman appeared at his fingertips, and he poured his spirit qi into it. Lu Yi felt that he could not hold on any longer. He had not fought with Luo Ji for long, at most half a cup of tea's time, but in such a short time, his spirit qi had been depleted. This was the most intense battle he had encountered so far, and his opponent was only a second-order cultivator. So, when Luo Ji shouted Baizhuo's name, he knew that there was a trap. His body suddenly jumped back, and at the same time, he touched the storage bag at his waist and pinched a spirit talisman at his fingertip. Their eyes met, and they were both stunned. As their spirit qi surged, the two spirit talismans bloomed at the same time. Water spears appeared, and 3 water spears shot towards Lu Yi in a triangular formation. Fire snakes surged and swayed, burning towards Luo Ji. With a loud bang, the corridor shook violently, and gravel rustled down. The collision of water and fire created a large amount of hot gas in the corridor. Lu Yi and Luo Ji's bodies flashed with light, and they were both sent flying by the powerful impact. Both of them cursed in their hearts, and stood up with a gloomy face. By the time Lu Yi chased after them with his saber, Luo Ji had already escaped from the corridor. He turned around and shot a spirit talisman at Lu Yi. Lu Ye's head shrank back, and the spirit talisman exploded with golden light, hitting the ground around them. When he looked again, Luo Ji had already run far away. Lu Yi chased after him, and Hu Po also caught up from behind. Lu Yi jumped onto the tiger's back, and his speed increased sharply. Luo Ji, who was running away, looked back and was so angry that his nose became crooked. Seeing that he couldn't escape, he simply stopped running and turned to face Lu Yi. He pinched a spirit talisman in each hand, and he slapped one of them on his body. Immediately, he was covered in a layer of golden light. This was a golden body talisman, and its quality was good. At the same time, he threw the other spirit talisman at Lu Yi. Lu Yi jumped off the tiger's back and slashed his saber at the incoming attack. At the same time, he warned Hu Po, "Stay away." The huge impact made him fall to the ground, and his whole body was sore. When he stood up, he saw Luo Ji standing in the same place, provocatively beckoning him with his finger. "Come!" Lu Yi didn't say a word. He took out a golden body talisman from his storage bag and slapped it on himself. Luo Ji couldn't help but sigh. The other party's financial resources didn't seem to be weaker than his own. Chapter 82. In the gorge, the two sides, who had little spirit qi left, began to use their spirit talismans. Various kinds of spirit talismans were constantly activated, flashing with colorful light. The noise spread in all directions, attracting the attention of the cultivators from the two nearby sects, but after observing the situation from a distance, no one dared to step forward. The intensity of this battle was beyond their ability to intervene. If they were accidentally involved, they would die without a doubt. A fifth-order cultivator might be able to intervene in such a battle, but the two sects did not have many fifth-order cultivators. Since the start of the battle, The fifth-order cultivators on both sides had been suppressing each other in the center of the heaven-splitting gorge, unable to move. This was also the reason why Lu Yi had not encountered a single fifth-order cultivator in the past few days. At this moment, the sky was bright and Lu Yi was gasping for breath. He had not expected the battle to turn out like this, but the dawn of victory was right in front of him because he found that his opponent did not seem to have any offensive spirit talismans left. This was a matter of course. Luo Ji himself was a spirit cultivator and was proficient in all kinds of low-level spirit technique. The spirit techniques he used were even more powerful than ordinary spirit talismans. He had less than 10 offensive spirit talismans on him. Most of them were for defensive use. In the fierce battle with Lu Yi, he had basically used all of his offensive spirit talismans, which made him feel ashamed. In his mind, a true spirit cultivator should disdain using spirit talismans. It was a sign of incompetence. But now, or if he was incompetent, then he was incompetent. It was better than being killed by that brute. Seeing Lu Yi raise his saber and attack, Luo Ji suddenly felt something was wrong and turned around to run. However, the sound of pursuit behind him was getting closer and closer. Turning his head, he saw Lu Yi riding on the back of the big white tiger. Shameless! Luo Ji cursed in his heart and shouted angrily, "Don't chase, or I'll teach you a lesson." How could Lu Yi take such a childish threat to heart? The big white tiger chased even more fiercely. "You forced me to do this." Luo Ji grit his teeth and turned around to face Lu Yi, reaching out and taking something out of his storage bag. Lu Yi did not know what the other party had taken out, but Luo Ji's attitude made him feel uneasy. Just as he was thinking this, Luo Ji tossed out the item in his hand. Lu Yi looked at it and found that it was a square seal, about the size of a palm. It was completely white, and it was unknown what material it was made of. However, in the next moment, his blood ran cold. This was because the tiny seal had suddenly enlarged to the size of a table. Then, it ferociously charged towards Hupo. Hupo was also agile. He forcibly changed the direction of his movement and dodged to the side with Lu Yi. With a loud boom, a 2-foot-deep pit appeared where the seal had landed. The earth trembled. Seeing this scene, Lu Ye's eyelids twitched. This thing was definitely an incredible spirit tool. If it had been imprinted on, he and Hupo would probably have been turned into minced meat. Hupo tried to bring Lu Yi to attack Luo Ji. However, although the seal looked clumsy, it was actually very agile. It pressed down from the sky again and again. De Hu dodged pathetically. There were a few times when he almost failed to dodge. "Run!" Lu Yi shouted from Hupo's back. De Hu also knew that the situation was not good. He turned around and fled with Lu Yi. "Where do you think you're going?" Luo Ji was unforgiving. A deranged smile appeared on his face. "Weren't you having fun chasing me just now? Let's fight to the death, you brute!" The situation had reversed. Earlier, Lu Yi had been chasing Luo Ji. Now, it was Luo Ji who was chasing Lu Yi. It could only be said that the heavens would not spare anyone. Boom, 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 every time the seal fell, the earth would tremble and rocks would fly. This thing should be Luo Ji's life-saving spirit tool. He had not used it before because he was confident in his own strength and also because of his own pride. However, after being forced to a dead end by Lu Yi, he had completely unshackled his body and mind. He had already used his spirit talisman. Was there a need to use his spirit tool? The speed at which the large seal fell became faster and faster, and the enormous impact caused Hupo's fleeing figure to become more and more disheveled. Finally, at one point, Hupo staggered and fell to the ground from the impact, and the large seal fell with its shadow. Hupo hurriedly got up, but it was too late. At the critical moment of life and death, Lu Yi activated what little spiritual power he had left and quickly formed a defensive spirit tattoo above him. When the seal fell, the defensive spirit tattoo only lasted for a moment before shattering. However, immediately after, a second defensive spirit tattoo was formed. When it shattered, a third appeared. Finally, the seal was stopped. The two sides were in a stalemate for a moment. The light on the seal began to dim and quickly shrank. It returned to its original appearance with all its luster gone. Lu Yi raised his hand and grabbed at the seal. However, his hand, which was trembling violently due to fatigue, grabbed empty air. The seal fell on his head, causing a bump to appear on his forehead. However, it did not have the same power as before. With a loud laugh from afar, the seal flew back and landed in Luo Ji's hand. At this moment they were 300 feet apart. Luo Ji leaned against a rock without a care for his image. He laughed as he looked at Lu Yi, as if he had won. The gorge between the two was filled with huge pits. The aftermath of the fierce battle had subsided. However, the battle was not over. Lu Yi struggled to stand up and walked step by step toward Luo Ji. Luo Ji could no longer laugh, however. Before he could take a few steps, Lu Yi fell to the ground, causing a cloud of dust to rise. Yi floated out from the side and helped Lu Yi up. Their eyes met, asking for advice. Lu Yi slowly shook his head. Yi wanted to cooperate with Hu Po and see if they could kill Luo Ji while he was in a weakened state. However, Lu Yi felt that although Luo Ji looked like a lamp that had run out of oil, he could at least cast 1 or 2 spells. That seal of his was also a problem. He had activated 3 defensive spirit tattoo and had almost failed to block it, not to mention Hu Po and Yi. If they were hit by this thing, they would lose their lives. There was no doubt that Luo Ji was a sinister fellow. This could be seen from his various actions during the previous battle. How could such a person, knowing that Lu Yi had 2 helpers, let himself be like a lamp that had run out of oil? Lu Yi even suspected that even if he could walk in front of Luo Ji, he would not be able to kill him. Luo Ji was truly a lamp that had run out of oil. In the distance, Luo Ji coldly watched for a while. Seeing that Yi and Hu Po did not take the opportunity to attack, a trace of hidden disappointment flashed through his eyes. At the same time, he sighed in relief. Just as Lu Yi expected, he looked like he had no strength to fight. However, if Yi and Hu Po dared to approach him, then he did not mind showing them the power of a disciple from a top sect. The current situation was undoubtedly the best. He didn't need to waste the last of his strength on an insignificant helper. Raising his head, he called out to Lu Yi, "I'll recover a little, then I'll come and kill you." Chapter 83. Inside 9-Star Sect Station, Chao Yi and Dong Shai were waiting together. Last night, they had received news that Luo Ji and Tiger Crossing Mountain had fought. One of them was a 2nd order and the other was a 3rd order, but their battle was comparable to that of an ordinary 5th order. The news that followed surprised them. Luo Ji, who they had high hopes for, had not been able to quickly defeat his opponent and was instead locked in a fierce battle. Worthy of being a disciple from a top sect, he was not easy to kill. If it was an ordinary dispute, 9-Star Sect would not hold on to this matter, but they had to avenge their young master, so they could only continue to wait. At that moment, Dong Shuye's face suddenly changed. "The result is out?" Chao Yi asked nervously. "No, it's that cheap maidservant beside Wang Yang. She left Xian Sect Station." "She wouldn't want to deal with Luo Ji, right?" Chao Yi was shocked. "I don't know, but we can't rule out that possibility. You'll need to go." Chao Yi's face twitched. Although he was also a 6th order, he was not that cheap maidservant's opponent. Every time he fought with her, he could not escape a beating. There was nothing he could do about it. He walked the path of a body cultivator while that woman was an elemental cultivator, so she naturally had an advantage. In the past 2 years, they had fought many times, and each time he was beaten black and blue. So, he really did not want to face that maidservant named Xiao Zhu, but since Dong Shuyi had spoken, he could only bite the bullet and accept. In any case, it was just another beating. With such a mood, Chao Yi strode out with a resolute look on his face, as if he was going to go even if there were millions of people around him. Dong Shuyi watched him leave, and could not help but sigh. Chu Tian was recuperating in a secluded place with a group of junior brothers and junior sisters when a woman with 2 buns suddenly walked over. Senior sister Xiao Zhu. Chu Tian's eyes were sharp and he quickly greeted her. Xiao Zhu stepped forward and asked, "What's the situation?" She was not asking about Chu Tian and the others, but Lu Yi. Since 9-Star Sect could receive news of the battle between Lu Yi and Luoji, Xian Sect naturally could as well, so now everyone knew that these 2 top sect disciples had met and were fighting endlessly. Chu Tian said with a sigh, "Their brains are about to come out." Senior sister Xiao Zhu, "Those 2 guys are simply not human." "Who has the upper hand?" Xiao Zhu asked. Chu Tian shook his head, "It's the same. Sometimes it's this one chasing that one, sometimes it's that one chasing that one." "They have been fighting since last night?" Xiao Zhu frowned. "It's not like they're always fighting. They'll occasionally stop to recover, but they'll soon start fighting again." Chu Tian had clearly gathered quite a bit of information. This recovery ability. Xiao Zhu was secretly shocked. For a 2nd or 3rd order cultivator, this kind of recovery ability was truly abnormal. Ordinary people would not be able to withstand such a long battle. "Where are they?" Xiao Zhu asked. Chu Tian immediately pointed out the direction and Xiao Zhu left. A moment later, Lu Yi and Luoji, who were fighting fiercely, turned their heads at the same time, vigilantly looking in one direction. This battle was extremely intense. Previously, everyone was like a lamp that had run out of oil. Then, each of them recovered for a while. However, they did not recover for long, at most 2 hours. Then, Luoji took the initiative to attack Lu Yi, igniting the 2nd battle. However, this time, the 2 did not use any spirit talismans to attack, mainly because they had used up all their offensive spirit talismans and only had a few defensive spirit talismans left. Luoji also did not use his Great Seal Spirit artifact. It consumed too much of his spirit chi and he could not support it for too long. If he could not quickly finish off Lu Yi, he could only wait for death. During this time, he did not even use any other spirit technique. He only used the icicle technique to fight Lu Yi because it was his most proficient and also the one that consumed the least spirit chi. There was no grudge between them, and they had never even met before. However, in the spirit stream battlefield, it had nothing to do with gratitude or grudges. It was only about which side they belonged to. Because they belonged to different sides, it was a reason to fight. Under the gazes of 2 pairs of eyes, a petite figure walked out. Luoji immediately tensed up because he could tell that this person was not from 9-Star Sect. But soon, he relaxed. After this woman appeared, another burly figure also appeared. It was 9-Star Sect's Chao Yi. The sudden appearance of these 2 6th-order cultivators here made him a little confused. Casting a questioning look towards Chao Yi shook his head, motioning him not to act rashly before standing beside him. Luoji immediately understood that Chao Yi had come to restrain the other party. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he quickly sat down cross-legged and took out a spirit pill to refine. On the other side, although Lu Yi did not know what was going on, seeing Luoji's actions, he also took a spirit pill and took out a large piece of beast meat, stuffed it into his mouth, and threw a large piece to De Hu. Xiao Zhu walked over to Lu Yi, a little speechless, and stood not far from him before introducing herself. "I am Chu Tian's senior sister." Lu Yi naturally did not believe her so easily and immediately sent a message to Chu Tian to inquire. After receiving confirmation, he nodded slightly and asked, "What's the matter?" At the same time, he looked her up and down, his eyes sweeping over her full chest. He couldn't help feeling a little strange. Why was this woman dressed like a maidservant? "Give me 2 spirit stones," Xiao Zhu said. "What?" Lu Yi wondered if he had heard wrong. 2 spirit stones," Xiao Zhu repeated. Lu Yi was confused by her. This woman ran over to him and asked for 2 spirit stones. What did she mean? Was she robbing him? That didn't make sense. After pondering for a moment, Lu Yi took out 2 spirit stones from his storage bag and threw them to her. Xiao Zhu caught them and threw a jade slip to Lu Yi. "I'll sell them to you." Lu Yi frowned as he took the jade slip. After a brief examination, he immediately understood what this woman meant. This was a cultivation technique, and it was an earth-grade cultivation technique. 2 spirit stones naturally could not buy an earth-grade secret art. This was obviously a goodwill from the profound sect. No matter what, he had saved the lives of some profound sect disciples these days. This was an unexpected surprise. He had contacted Chu Tian before to buy a profound-grade secret art. Now that he had an earth-grade secret art, it was naturally better. It would allow him to open all the way to 180 apertures. This would save him the trouble of looking for a secret art after reaching the 6th order spirit stream realm. "Many thanks." Lu Yi thanked her. Xiao Zhu did not mind. She turned around and looked at Qiao Yi, who was not far away, with a smile on her face. Qiao Yi's scalp went numb as some unpleasant memories surfaced in his mind. However, Luo Ji was right beside him, so he could not show weakness. He took a step forward and said, "Let's go somewhere else?" Xiao Zhu's smile grew wider. "That's exactly what I was thinking." In the next moment, Qiao Yi turned around and flew away at an extremely fast speed. Xiao Zhu took a step forward and chased after him. Soon, the two disappeared. Lu Yi swallowed the food in his mouth and charged towards Luo Ji with a flick of his long saber. At the same time, in various parts of the heaven-splitting gorge, battles far more intense than before broke out. The cultivators of the 2 great sects fought to the death, their life auras constantly being annihilated. Chapter 84. 3 days later, on both sides of the messy battlefield, Lu Yi and Luo Ji stood a few dozen meters apart, each of them recovering. Over the past 3 days, the two had fought more than a dozen times, several times a day, but so far there had been no clear victor. 3 days of fighting had exhausted Lu Yi both physically and mentally. He hadn't even slept much over the past 3 days, so he couldn't understand how this guy named Luo Ji could recover so quickly. In this battle, both sides had used all their cards, and in a head-on confrontation, neither side could do anything to the other. Now, it was a matter of who could last longer, so recovery speed was particularly important. In the same period of time, whichever side could recover more spirit chi would continue to accumulate an advantage. With the assistance of the gluttonous meal, Lu Yi could refine spirit pills twice as fast as normal, and when he rested, he would construct spirit-gathering spirit crests in his spirit apertures to absorb the surrounding world energy. With these 2 methods, it could be said that Lu Ye's recovery speed had reached an astonishing level. Even an average 6th order master might not be able to recover as fast as him. Luo Ji, who had the same doubts as Lu Yi, couldn't help cursing in his heart. How could this brute recover so quickly? Although he was only a 2nd order spirit stream realm cultivator, he had already opened 55 apertures, almost twice as many as Lu Yi. On top of that, the spirit pill he took was not an ordinary profound spirit pill, but a special small revitalizing pill from Boundless Island. This spirit pill was not much different from the profound spirit pill when used for cultivation, but if used solely for recovery, its effect was about 30% better. While recovering, Luo Ji also used spirit stones, grabbing one in each hand and desperately swallowing the spirit chi inside. Even with all 3 methods, Luo Ji still couldn't gain any advantage. He really couldn't understand what was going on. Compared with Lu Yi, Luo Ji had less time to rest, barely closing his eyes over the past 3 days because he was constantly harassed by Hu Pu and Yi. In a head-on battle, Hu Pu and Yi couldn't help much, but if it was just harassment, they had no problem. After recovering for about 2 hours, Lu Yi opened his eyes, and as usual, another round of fighting began. Sure enough, opposite him, Luo Ji also opened his eyes, stood up, and walked towards Lu Yi step by step. He didn't want to get close to Lu Yi, but the distance between them was a bit far. He needed to walk to a suitable distance to cast spells. On the other side, Lu Yi rode on Hu Po and rushed toward Luo Ji. He pointed his long saber at the ground, ready to attack. Luo Ji stood still. His hands flashed as he prepared a spell. It was at this moment that he suddenly frowned and sensed something. He raised his hand and said, "Wait a minute." Lu Yi frowned, but still had Hu Po stop. Luo Ji dissipated the spiritual light in his hand and panted. "I'm not fighting anymore. You win." Lu Yi stared at him, wondering what this guy was up to. As if to reassure Lu Yi, Luo Ji took the initiative to explain, "The declaration of war between the Xian sect and the Jiuxing clan has ended. The Jiuxing clan is no match for the Xian sect and has retreated. So I have to go." He was originally invited by Jiuxing sect to deal with Lu Yi. Now that Jiuxing sect had lost, there was no longer any meaning for him to continue staying here. Of course, Lu Yi wouldn't believe his nonsense so easily. After a few days of fighting, he was more and more certain that Luo Ji was a sly little bee **starred. So, he immediately used the battlefield imprint to contact Chu Tian and ask about the situation. Chu Tian replied quickly, his tone full of joy. He confirmed Luo Ji's words. In this battle, the Xian sect had won the final victory. This wasn't strange. Although the two sects were one level apart in the spirit stream realm, the Xian sect was stronger. The Jiuxing clan was originally no match for them. Lu Yi had also killed many Jiuxing clan cultivators, increasing the Xian sect's advantage. Over the past few days, the Xian sect had been accumulating advantages in small-scale battles. In the end, they had won the battle in one fell swoop, forcing the Jiuxing clan cultivators to retreat to their base. At this point, the battle between the two sects had come to an end. "How was it?" Luo Ji asked after Lu Yi finished contacting Chu Tian. Lu Yi nodded slightly. He exerted some force in his legs, and Hu Po shot forward, quickly closing in on Luo Ji. "You?" Luo Ji was shocked. He couldn't figure out what Lu Yi was thinking. The battle between the two sects had already ended. There was no point in them continuing to fight here. Therefore, he didn't know why Lu Yi wanted to rush over. But there was no time to think about this. Seeing the tiger carrying Lu Yi quickly approaching, Luo Ji had no choice but to use his ice edge technique. Lu Yi tilted his head, avoiding the incoming ice edge. He jumped off the tiger's back and slashed down with his long saber. He revealed a rare evil grin. "When the battle begins, you decide. When it ends, I decide." Luo Ji had suddenly come to fight him to the death. They had fought for 3 days in a row. He was furious and had consumed a lot of energy. A few days ago, he had accumulated a lot of spirit dawn. But in the past few days, he only had 30 left. In these 3 days, he couldn't even cultivate. He had wasted a lot of time. This kind of loss couldn't be made up for by Luo Ji's "you win." If he didn't vent his anger, how could he let Luo Ji leave? After fighting for 3 days, they were already familiar with each other's method. Luo Ji wouldn't have let Lu Yi get close to him so easily. But he didn't expect Lu Yi to be so persistent. It was too late for him to retreat. When the long saber slashed down, Luo Ji had already put a golden body talisman on his body. The long saber enhanced with sharpness spirit tattoos hit the layer of golden light but couldn't completely break it. Instead, a large seal suddenly appeared. It grew to the size of a table and pressed down on Lu Yi. Lu Yi hurriedly retreated, and a huge pit immediately appeared where he stood. The ground trembled, and by the time he steadied himself, Luo Ji had already opened up a distance of 30 meters from him. He had even forced back Hu Po and Yi's joint sneak attack. Luo Ji didn't dare to use the power of the seal a second time because it consumed too much energy. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Yi stomped his feet and rushed toward Luo Ji again. His body swayed to avoid the attack of the icicles. Occasionally, the light of the defense spirit tattoos flashed on his body. He could win. After a few more battles, he could kill Luoji. Although Luoji's recovery speed was basically the same as his, or even faster than his, Luoji had taken too many elixirs these days. When a cultivator took a large number of elixirs in a short period of time, the only consequence was that his spiritual energy would become obscure. Especially for a spell cultivator like Luoji, if his spiritual energy wasn't pure enough, it would be fatal. The power of the spells he cast would be weaker and the casting time would be longer. Lu Yi had clearly noticed this. This was the reason why he insisted on continuing to fight. He didn't need to kill Luoji this time. He only needed to force him to continuously consume his spiritual energy and take elixirs to replenish it. Luoji would become weaker and weaker. One day, he would be able to kill this guy. Chapter 85. However, the battle did not continue. In the middle of the battle, Luoji shouted, "Use money to buy your life." He clearly realized his own problem. Continuing to fight like this wasn't a solution. Although Lu Yi wouldn't be able to kill him in a short period of time, as long as he continued to delay like this, his situation would only become worse and worse. Eventually, he wouldn't be a match for Lu Yi. Lu Yi was stunned by this shout. He pointed his sword forward and said, "I want your seal." The seal was definitely a good spiritual weapon. It was probably more valuable than the small bell he got from the Jiuxing sect's young master. Luoji chuckled and prepared a spell in his hand. "Let's fight to the death now. Now. What can you give me?" Lu Yi asked in a low voice. It was not that he had to kill Luoji. He just felt that he had lost too much in the 3 days of battle. If Luoji could make up for his losses, he could stop the battle. Of course, the main reason was that if they really fought to the death, even if he could kill Luoji, he would have to pay a huge price. Luoji would not be stupid enough to keep fighting with him. Before the situation worsened to the point of no return, Luoji would fight to the death. Luoji took the seal out of his storage pouch and held it up. "It's all yours." "So sincere?" Lu Yi was surprised. However, considering Luoji's consumption over the past few days, there might not be many good things left in the storage pouch. At most, there would be some spiritual stones and spiritual pills left. Since Luoji was so straightforward, Lu Yi could not force him. If he continued, it would only be a life and death struggle. So, after some thought, he nodded. "Okay." Luoji tossed the storage pouch forward. He didn't even ask Lu Yi to swear an oath of heavenly secrets. In his opinion, although they were on different sides, they were all disciples of top forces. They still had this bit of credibility. "I've never known you. What's your name?" "Yi." Luoji nodded and looked deeply at Lu Yi. It was as if he wanted to remember Lu Ye's appearance deep in his soul. Then, he dragged his tired body and walked out of the valley. Lu Yi did not take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Luoji was defenseless. However, the seal in his hand was still blooming. Lu Yi was forcing Luoji to fight to the death. After walking some distance, Luoji raised his head to look at the sky, his face filled with grief. It was a huge loss. Losing the items in his storage pouch wasn't important. As a disciple of Boundless Island, he didn't care about those things. The key was that he had consumed too many spirit pills recently, causing the spiritual energy in his body to be muddled. Without a month of recuperation, he wouldn't be able to recover. In other words, he could forget about cultivating for the next month. For a low-level cultivator, this would undoubtedly have a huge impact, especially for a cultivator of his background. However, a loss was a loss. He would not blame the heavens and accuse others. Their cultivations were still low, and they would meet again in the future. Next time, he would get back at them. It was only when Luoji's figure disappeared from sight that Lu Yi let out a long sigh of relief. He called out to Hu Po and leaped onto the tiger's back. Under Hu Po's guidance, they found a tunnel to rest in. It was finally over. This battle had exhausted him mentally and physically. Although Lu Yi had only been cultivating for a short period of time, He had experienced many battles, and he had never encountered such a difficult opponent. In the end, when Luo Ji wanted to stop the battle, he readily admitted defeat. However, in reality Lu Yi had lost. This was because he had two helpers, Hu Po and Yi, while Luo Ji had been fighting alone. In a head-on confrontation, Hu Po and Yi were unable to do much due to their fear of the Great Seal's power. However, they could still occasionally launch sneak attacks. Furthermore, with Hu Po and Yi keeping Luo Ji busy, Luo Ji had no time to sleep in the past 3 days. On the other hand, Lu Yi had secretly slept a few times. It could be said that if Lu Yi was also alone, he wouldn't have been able to gain any advantage in this battle. These cultivators from the top sects were indeed extraordinary. This confrontation with Luo Ji also taught him a lesson, which was that he could never judge a cultivator's strength based on his cultivation level. He wasn't even in the mood to check Luo Ji's storage pouch. Lu Yi ate the jerky and fell asleep. Hu Po and Yi glanced at each other and went to the two ends of the tunnel. Although the battle between the Jiuxing sect and the Xian sect had ended and Luo Ji had retreated, there was a high probability that there would be no danger. However, they still needed to be vigilant. Lu Yi was awakened by the movement in the battlefield imprint. He opened his eyes and frowned. He was confused for a while, and felt a little grumpy when he woke up. It was the kind of thing that displeased him. After being dizzy for a while, he checked the battlefield imprint. As expected, it was a message from Chu Tian. This guy had sent a dozen messages asking if he was there. "I'm not," Lu Yi replied. In the Xian sect's encampment, Chu Tian was confused. He felt that Lu Yi didn't seem too happy. After a while, he replied, "Brother Yi, you must be joking." He used to call him Junior Brother Yi. Now that he had changed the way he addressed him, there was no doubt that some news had spread to the Xian sect. Although it was confirmed that Lu Yi was a disciple from a top sect, the fact that he could defeat someone like Luo Ji already showed his potential. What's the matter? Lu Yi tried to figure out how to blacklist this guy. After a while, he figured out that all he had to do was erase Chu Tian's brand from the imprint. Considering that this guy was his first and only friend, he would let him go for now. "It's like this," Chu Tian explained. Lu Yi learned that the Xian sect had won the previous declaration of war, so the Xian sect was preparing to hold a celebratory banquet to reward the disciples who had performed well in the declaration of war. Chu Tian wanted to invite Lu Yi to attend. In any case, Lu Yi had been of great help to the Xian sect in the early stages of the war. "I'm not free." Lu Yi immediately refused. Because of the sect master's previous instructions, he didn't want to interact with too many people, let alone attend the Xian sect's celebratory banquet. Moreover, Chu Tian probably only invited him out of courtesy. In the Xian sect's encampment, Chu Tian checked Lu Ye's simple and crude reply and realized that this brother was indeed a man of character. He replied, "Since Brother Yi is not free, then I won't bother you. There are many junior brothers and sisters who wanted to thank you in person. Brother Yi, when you're leaving, let me know and I'll see you off." Lu Yi ignored Chu Tian's message and took out Luo Ji's storage bag to check. As expected, the restriction lock on Luo Ji's storage bag had been opened. Lu Yi checked it and was a little surprised. He thought that there were not many good things in Luo Ji's storage bag, but he found that this guy was richer than he thought. There were indeed not many good things. The rest were elixirs, spirit stones, and a few defensive talismans, but these were what Lu Yi needed the most. There were only about 30 spirit stones. Low-level cultivators didn't consume much of these things. Luo Ji only carried them with him in case of emergency. There were many elixirs. There were about 10 bottles of Yun spirit pills and 3 bottles of another kind of elixir. Altogether, there were nearly 100 pills. Although these things were not enough to make up for the loss of 3 days, it was better than nothing. Chapter 86. Name: Lu Yi Identity. Blue Blood Sect Disciple Cultivation. 29 Opened Apertures Location. Spirit Stream Battlefield Merit Points, 142. Lu Yi checked the information on his battlefield mark. If he remembered correctly, before coming to the heaven-splitting gorge, he had 34 merit points. Now it had become 142, an increase of 108 points. These were all obtained by Lu Yi from killing the 9 Stars sect cultivators. If he hadn't been entangled by Luo Ji in the last few days, he could have obtained even more. He didn't know the specific use of merit points for the time being. Although he could ask Chu Tian, doing so would easily expose some things, so Lu Yi didn't plan to ask anyone else. No matter what the use of merit points was, he would figure it out when he returned to the Blue Blood Sex station. In terms of wealth, he had 10 yuan magnetic ores, 135 spirit accumulation pills, 251 spirit stones, 31 healing pills, 22 small revitalizing pills, 9 spirit talismans, 1 small bell spirit artifact, and 4 unopened storage bags. The small revitalizing pills were found in Luo Ji's storage bag. The name of the pill was written on the bottle. Lu Yi had seen Luo Ji take them while resting from a distance, so he was sure that these spirit pills were beneficial to cultivators. The spirit talismans were all defensive and supportive. The 4 storage bags belonged to the 9 Stars sect's young master and his group, but Lu Yi guessed that besides the young master's storage bag, the other 3 probably weren't worth much. He would have to find someone to open the storage bags to find out the specifics. Although he had a lot of resources, he wasn't rich. Lu Yi was a 3rd-order spirit stream realm cultivator and needed about 15 spirit pills to open 1 aperture. Now, with the help of the gluttonous meal and spirit-gathering spirit runes, his consumption would be lower and his efficiency would be higher. What he needed to do now was to quickly recover. After waking up, his physical strength and spirit had recovered a lot, but the spirit chi he had consumed couldn't be replenished. Curious about the effect of the small revitalizing pill, Lu Yi took out one and swallowed it, transforming his secret art into a gluttonous meal. While refining the pill, he also constructed spirit-gathering spirit runes on his spirit apertures to speed up his recovery. When all of his spiritual cavities were strengthened by the small funnel-shaped spirit patterns, a formless pulling force came from his chest, gathering the surrounding spiritual energy. This was the effect of the 29 spirit patterns superimposed on each other. He had also confirmed the effects of the small revitalizing pill. This thing was much more effective than the Yun spirit pill. No wonder Luo Ji would take this kind of spirit pill every time he rested. He cursed in his heart. These disciples from large sects were really rich. Even the spirit pills they ate were different from others. In just a little more than a day, Lu Yi consumed 6 small revitalizing pills, and the spiritual energy in his body was replenished. Only then did he take out the jade slip given to him by the woman in the celestial sect of wonders to study. Red Lotus Soaring to the Heavens was the name of this earth-level cultivation method. If one cultivated according to this cultivation method, they would be able to open 180 apertures. What surprised Lu Yi was that this cultivation method also came with a few spells. However, these spells required a certain amount of spiritual energy to cultivate, so Lu Yi could not use them for the time being. This thing should not be cheap, but the Celestial Sect of Wonders only sold it to him for 2 spirit stones, which was a bargain. Lu Yi now had 29 apertures, and his cultivation was at the 3rd order spirit stream realm. If he wanted to break through to the 4th order spirit stream realm, he would need to open at least 45 apertures. In other words, he would need to open at least 16 more apertures. In fact, this was not the case, because if one counted the parts of the cultivation method that did not overlap with the previous one, Lu Yi would need to open more than 16 spirit apertures. Comparing the differences between his open spirit apertures and those recorded in the Red Lotus Soaring to the Heavens secret art, Lu Yi came to the conclusion that he needed to open 18 more apertures before he could break through to the 4th order spirit stream realm. Only then could he completely convert the golden cicada free art into the red lotus soaring to the heavens secret art. Opening 18 apertures, a conservative estimate would require about 250 spirit pills. According to the number of spirit pills he had on hand, it was far from enough. Fortunately, he still had spirit stones. After thinking about it, Lu Yi sent a message. As for who to look for, there was only one person he could find now. 250 spirit stones to buy some Yun's spirit pills and food. He was not going to stay here any longer. The journey to the Blue Blood Sect station was long and time-consuming. The sooner he set off, the sooner he could arrive. The sect master should be very worried about his safety. When he set off from Blue Cloud Mountain, he had only opened 21 apertures. Now, he had opened 29. Hupo and Yi had also grown. He had spent almost 10 days in the heaven-splitting gorge, so it was time to move on. As a third-order spirit stream realm cultivator, he had enough strength to protect himself in the outer ring of the battlefield. As for cultivation, it wouldn't be a problem for him to cultivate as he hurried along, especially now that he had mastered the correct way to use the spirit-gathering spirit rune. Even if he didn't take any spirit pills, his spirit chi would still slowly increase. However, before he set off, he needed to convert the useless things in his hands into useful things. He didn't need spirit stones, so it would be best to exchange them for spirit pills. As for food, he and Hupo both had amazing appetites, so naturally they had to stock up. Chu Tian quickly replied, "No problem. Is Brother Yi leaving?" He had obviously realized something. Lu Yi replied, "Get ready tomorrow morning, I'll come find you." After ending his message with Chu Tian, Lu Yi continued to study the red lotus soaring to the heavens secret art, determining the next location of the spirit aperture he needed to open. Under the impact of his spirit chi, the barrier of the 30th aperture was broken. Lu Yi didn't continue to cultivate, but instead began to practice his saber. These past few days, he had been busy fighting with Luoji, so he had no time to do this. However, after starting his saber practice today, Lu Yi clearly felt a little different. His saber swings were more natural and smooth. He faintly felt that this was the benefit of the life and death battle these past few days. Hupo and Yi had both returned. Now that the two nearby sects had ended their declaration of war, the heaven-splitting gorge was quiet, so there was no need to worry about being ambushed. Hupo crawled on the ground, finished his jerky, and waited for Lu Yi to feed him. When he first brought Hupo out, he only needed to consume 2 spirit-accumulating pills a day, but as Big Tiger's strength increased, his consumption also increased. Now, he needed about 4 spirit-accumulating pills a day. As for Yi, she didn't consume any at all. She was Big Tiger's companion spirit, so if Big Tiger was strong, she was strong. 4 hours later, Lu Yi sheathed his saber and sat by the bonfire to eat barbecued meat. He casually tossed 2 spirit-accumulating pills to Hupo. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked, "Yi, does Hupo know any spells?" When he and Luoji were confronting each other in the tunnel, Yi had tried to harass them, but she was forced back by Luoji's golden crescent slash. At that time, Yi had cried out, and Hupo had thought she was injured, so he had roared in Luoji's direction. Not only had that roar disturbed Luoji, even Lu Yi felt like someone had used a small hammer to hammer his head. This was clearly abnormal. Chapter 87. Lu Yi still remembered the first time he met Hupo. When he met Hupo's amber eyes, he was dazed for a moment. After that, Hupo didn't show any abnormalities until now. Yi thought for a moment and said, "I don't think so." She turned around and asked, "Hupo, do you know any spells?" Hupo responded with an "ah." Yi said, "He said he doesn't." Lu Ye's mouth twitched. Even now, he still couldn't figure out how Yi could communicate with Hupo. It was amazing that she could tell what he wanted to say through his voice. It could only be said that this was Yi's unique ability as a nightmare spirit. Lu Yi didn't continue to ask. He just thought of this and asked casually. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Lu Yi began to cultivate. Hupo lay beside him and slept. The night passed uneventfully. At the Xian sect's encampment, Chu Tian was collecting pills and food from his fellow sect members according to Lu Ye's request. As a result, the news that Tiger crossing the mountain was about to leave spread like wildfire. Before the sky was completely bright, Chu Tian began to contact Lu Yi. After confirming his location, he brought 2 of his junior brothers to meet with Lu Yi. After the exchange, Lu Yi received a large amount of food and over 200 spirit pills. At this time, the sky was already bright. Lu Yi flipped onto the tiger's back. Chu Tian cupped his fists and said, "We'll meet again. Let's keep in touch if we have time." Lu Yi nodded slightly. Hupo's figure darted out, heading into the depths of the sky-split gorge. Looking at Lu Ye's departing figure, Chu Tian suddenly felt a little envious. Traveling and cultivating like this was truly carefree. However, Hupo came from a large sect and had such confidence and resources. If he were to do the same, he probably wouldn't live for more than a few months. He led his 2 junior brothers back to the Xian sect's encampment. He was immediately summoned by Wang Yang and hurried over. When he arrived, he found that something was wrong. Everyone in the encampment had been summoned. Not only were the disciples of the sect included, but also the loose cultivators under the sect. Several hundred people gathered in a square. Wang Yang stood there with his hand on the hilt of his sword, as if he was waiting for something. The atmosphere was somewhat tense. Chu Tian stepped forward and cupped his fists. "Senior brother? Tiger crossing the mountain left?" Wang Yang asked. "He left," Chu Tian replied. Wang Yang nodded slightly. "It's good that he left. Enter the encampment." He seemed to be eager for Lu Yi left. "Yes." Chu Tian walked into his own group and was confused by the situation in front of him. However, Wang Yang had suddenly gathered all his people. It was clear that he wanted to make a big move. Chu Tian had a faint guess in his heart. If it was like this, then there would be a big battle today. Time flowed by slowly. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Wang Yang, who'd been standing there all this time, suddenly raised his brows and said in a clear voice, "My celestial sect and the 9-star sect have been neighbors for 30 years. During these 30 years, the disciples of our 2 sects have fought and killed without end, causing many casualties. The enmity between us is as deep as the ocean. Even though my celestial sect was victorious in the battle at Heaven's Split Gorge a few days ago, the disciples of my celestial sect won't be able to live in peace as long as the 9-star sect remains. Thus, I intend to attack and occupy the Jiuxing sect space. Junior brothers and sisters, please lend me a hand." His words caused an uproar. It had only been a day since the declaration of war, but Wang Yang was going to attack the Jiuxing sect space. This shocked all the disciples of the Xian sect. The Xian sect had won the declaration of war, so it was time for them to enjoy the fruits of victory instead of causing unnecessary trouble. One had to know that attacking and occupying a base wasn't a simple matter. The base was protected by a large formation. Without breaking the formation, it was impossible to attack and occupy. However, when they recalled Wang Yang's various actions over the years, everyone knew that Wang Yang had already made arrangements for this. Chu Tian was the first to raise his arms and shout, "I am willing to follow senior brother and show the might of my celestial sect." Everyone shouted in unison, "I am willing to follow senior brother and show the might of my celestial sect." At the front of the crowd, Wang Yang smiled. "Very good." He turned to look at Chu Tian. "Send a message to Tiger crossing the mountain. Tell him that Dong Shai personally went to hunt him down an incense stick's worth of time ago." Chu Tian was shocked when he heard this. He was shocked by Dong Shai's audacity, and even more shocked by Wang Yang's information network. Dong Shai was the cultivator with the highest cultivation in the 9-star sect space. With him around, the 9-star sect space was impregnable. However, if he left, the 9-star sect's base's defenses would immediately be reduced. From the looks of it, the death of the 9-star sect's young sect master had caused them to lose face. They could lose the war with the celestial sect, but Tiger crossing the mountain had to die. If not, Dong Shai would not have risked leaving the base to personally hunt him down. He would not leave with great fanfare, otherwise, he would be giving the celestial sect an opportunity. Even so, Wang Yang had received accurate information. It was obvious that he had already made arrangements outside the 9-star sect's base. As long as Dong Shai left the base, Wang Yang would immediately receive the news. He then recalled that at last night's celebration party, there were a few fellow disciples who did not show up. However, how did Dong Shai know that Tiger crossing the mountain had already left? Chu Tian was not stupid. He understood the whole story in an instant. The news had been leaked from the celestial sect. No wonder when he reported to senior brother Wang Yang about Tiger crossing the mountain's request last night, senior brother Wang Yang had asked him to collect from his fellow disciples. It was obviously easier to get them from within the sect. When he was collecting spiritual pills and food, many people asked him the reason. He did not hide it and told them that Lu Yi was preparing to leave. It was impossible for the disciples of the celestial sect to send a message to the 9-star sect, so the ones who leaked the news were the rogue cultivators. Just as he was thinking this, Wang Yang suddenly looked at a cultivator in the crowd and said, "Shi Jun, do you have anything to say?" The rogue cultivator called Shi Jun's forehead was covered in sweat as he nervously replied, "No, no." Wang Yang only looked at him. Shi Jun's expression became even more nervous as he blurted out, "Senior brother Wang, please spare me. It seems like you really have nothing to say." With a flick of his thumb, the sword at his waist emitted a clear sword cry. The sword turned into a sword light and instantly arrived in front of Shi Jun. It circled around Shi Jun's neck, and Shi Jun's body immediately stiffened. When the sword light returned to its scabbard, Shi Jun's head fell off. Blood gushed out from his neck like a fountain as his headless corpse fell to the ground. This unforeseen event caused all the rogue cultivators to break out in cold sweat as they looked at Wang Yang in bewilderment. Wang Yang's expression was cold as he said, "Shi Jun is a member of the celestial sect on the surface, but he is actually a spy of the 9-star sect. Today, I will kill him as a warning to others. I hope everyone will take care of themselves." Once this was said, everyone was in disbelief. However, when they thought of Shi Jun's last words, they realized that this should be the truth. Shi Jun's last words were clearly due to his guilty conscience. "Let's go and destroy the 9-star sect." Wang Yang waved his hand. A moment later, hundreds of cultivators from the celestial sect filed out of the encampment. The encampment suddenly became empty. Chapter 88. On Hu Po's back, Lu Ye's expression was leisurely. Compared to when they had just set off from Blue Cloud Mountain, he was undoubtedly much more relaxed now. Having become accustomed to this kind of bumpy journey, Hu Po's running didn't even affect his cultivation. Of course, compared to his normal state, this kind of efficiency was always slower, but fortunately, he had the spirit-gathering spirit rune to make up for it. All 30 spirit apertures were blessed with spirit-gathering spirit runes, constantly gathering the surrounding world energy. As the pill inside his abdomen was dissolved and the world energy poured into his body, the world energy in his newly opened 30th aperture was constantly increasing. He didn't use gluttonous meal, mainly because it took some time to switch secret arts, unlike when he was resting after fighting Luoji. At that time, both sides were in each other's field of vision, so if Luoji had any abnormalities, Lu Yi would have been able to immediately notice and switch secret arts. Hurrying wasn't an option as there was always some unexpected situation. Perhaps during the short 10 breaths he needed to switch secret arts, he would encounter a crisis. Maintaining the golden cicada carefree secret art at all times would also allow him to have a better ability to adapt, so sacrificing nothing more than his cultivation speed wasn't a big deal. Silently calculating the number of spirit pills he had, Lu Yi found that there was enough for him to cultivate to the fourth-order spirit stream realm with some left over. Of course, this was under the assumption that there was no additional consumption. If another battle broke out, more spirit pills would be consumed. In addition, Hupo also consumed spirit pills every day. An incense stick worth of time ago, Lu Yi had already left Heaven's Splitting Gorge. Hupo's speed was still quite fast, so according to the 10-point map and the battlefield mark in his hand, Lu Yi pointed Hupo in a certain direction and let him gallop. While leisurely walking, Lu Yi suddenly frowned and checked the battlefield mark. He didn't know why Chu Tian had contacted him again, however. When Lu Yi finished reading the message from Chu Tian, his face suddenly changed and he patted Hupo's back and shouted, "Hupo, run! Someone is chasing us!" Hearing this, Hupo's speed suddenly increased, almost throwing Lu Yi off his back. Yi's small head popped out from Hupo's back and she asked, "News from Profound Sex Chu Tian? Who is it and what cultivation is it?" "A 7th-order spirit stream realm cultivator named Dong Shu Yi," Lu Yi replied. A few days before he killed the 9 Stars sect disciples in the Heaven-Splitting Gorge, he didn't even encounter a single 5th-order spirit stream realm cultivator. He thought that this was the outer ring of the battlefield, and there wouldn't be any cultivators with high cultivation. But then, he saw the woman with the twin buns and the burly man from the 9 Stars sect. Lu Yi wasn't too sure about their cultivation, but it was definitely higher than the 5th order. At that time, he realized that it wasn't that there were no cultivators above the 5th order in the outer ring of the battlefield. The reason why he hadn't encountered any was because the two sects were suppressing each other, and a 7th-order spirit stream realm cultivation was undoubtedly the stabilizing force of a sect's encampment. For such a person to personally chase after him, one could see how deep Jiuxing sect's hatred for him was. Lu Ye's mood was solemn. Although he was on par with Luo Ji and was confident that he could fight a 5th-order spirit stream realm cultivator, if his opponent was a 7th-order spirit stream realm cultivator, he wouldn't be able to resist. Yi also knew that the situation wasn't good, so she turned around and urged Hupo to run faster. Hupo used all his strength and ran as fast as lightning. The wind whimpered on both sides, and the scenery around them constantly receded. Another message came from the battlefield mark, and Lu Yi hurriedly checked it. "Brother Yi, try to hold on. Dong Shu Yi won't stay with you for too long." "What do you mean?" Lu Yi hurriedly replied. In the profound sect camp, Chu Tian, who was following Wang Yang to attack the 9 Stars sect encampment, was in a dilemma. He didn't know how to explain this matter. Speaking of this matter, it was the profound sect that used Lu Yi. The news of Lu Yi leaving the Heaven-Splitting Gorge was leaked by them, which led to Dong Shu Ye's pursuit. But this kind of thing couldn't be said clearly. It would only offend Tiger Crossing Mountain. He came from a top force, and as long as he didn't die, he would definitely achieve great things in the future. Offending him at this time wasn't a good thing. "Just say what you have to say." At this time, Wang Yang's words suddenly sounded in his ears. "Since you've done it, you don't have to be afraid of others finding out. If he's a smart person, he naturally knows what to do." After receiving Wang Yang's instructions, Chu Tian's heart calmed down. He replied, "My fellow disciples of the Profound Sect are currently rushing to the 9 Stars sect encampment. As long as Dong Shu Yi receives the news, he will definitely rush back. So Brother Yi, you must hold on." Looking at Chu Tian's message, Lu Yi couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Dong Shu Yi, the 9 Stars sect encampment's anchor, had just come out to kill him, and the Profound Sect had actually turned out in full force to attack the 9 Stars sect encampment. The timing was a little too coincidental. It was as if the Profound Sect had been waiting for this opportunity, and they even invited him to participate in some kind of celebration banquet last night. Lu Yi didn't know if the Profound Sect had a chance to attack the 9 Stars sect encampment like this, but since they had already done it, they must have some confidence. When he was in the heaven-splitting gorge, Dong Shuyi couldn't make a move because it was too close to the profound sect encampment. It was very likely that the profound sect would interfere. So if Dong Shuyi wanted to kill him, he would have to wait until he left the heaven-splitting gorge. But only Chu Tian knew that he had left the heaven-splitting gorge, so why would Dong Shuyi chase after him? Was he being used? Lu Yi thought of a possibility. After thinking for a moment, he replied to Chu Tian, "We're even." Then, he decisively blacklisted him. Even though he was sure that he was being used, Lu Yi didn't blame the heavens or anyone else. Speaking of which, he was the one who started the battle at the heaven-splitting gorge. He killed the 9 Stars sect's young master and his entourage, which led to a confrontation between the two great sects. If the profound sect hadn't interfered, Lu Yi might not have been able to stop the 9 Stars sect. At the very least, he would have had to face the pursuit of many cultivators, including many Fifth-Order cultivators. The intervention of the Xian sect allowed Lu Yi to avoid fighting against an entire sect with his own strength. However, when he declared war, he also saved a lot of Xian sect disciples. He didn't take any of the spoils of war and only asked for some useful spirit pills and spirit stones from the disciples he saved. The whole process could be considered as Lu Yi and the profound sect disciples helping each other. So, even if the profound sect used him in the end, Lu Yi wouldn't blame others. This was the root of the disaster he caused. In short, the Xian sect had helped him, and he had also helped a lot of Xian sect disciples. In the end, he had also obtained an earth-level cultivation method from the Xian sect, which had solved his urgent need. Now that he had been used, they did not owe each other anything. They would live well in the future. In the profound sect's camp, Chu Tian had a bitter face and sighed. What did he say? Wang Yang's voice reached his ears. Chu Tian honestly said, "We're even," and then he erased my brand. This made Chu Tian feel a little disappointed. After all, he was a disciple from a top force. How could he have the chance to come in contact with him? The corner of Wang Yang's mouth curled up. He's a smart person. Interesting. Chapter 89. Outside the heaven-splitting gorge was a vast plain with flat terrain. This kind of terrain was simply hostile to Lu Ye's current situation because there was no place to hide at all. He took out the 10,000-year map to investigate. After crossing this plain, there was a mountain, and on the other side of the mountain was a large river. After crossing the river and traveling a few dozen kilometers, there was a market. Enter the mountain. Lu Yi made a prompt decision. He didn't know what kind of methods a 7th-order spirit stream realm cultivator had, but in his current situation, entering the mountain was his only chance of survival. However, the mountain was not close to here. Even with Hu Po's speed, it would take an hour to reach it. Lu Yi secretly prayed that Dong Shuyi wouldn't run too fast. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, he suddenly felt a prickling sensation on his back. Turning his head to look back, Lu Yi was startled. This was because from the direction of the heaven-splitting gorge, a streak of light was rapidly approaching. Almost without a doubt, that streak of light was Dong Shai. Although they were separated by a great distance, Dong Shai could see Lu Yi riding on Hu Po with a single glance, his hawk-like gaze fixed on him. The prickling sensation Lu Yi felt was the other party's murderous intent. He can fly. Lu Ye's heart skipped a beat. He originally thought that by relying on Hu Po, he would have a high chance of escaping this guy's pursuit. After all, Hu Po's speed was quite fast, especially in this urgent situation where Hu Po was going all out. But he never expected that Dong Shuyi could actually fly. The situation was far from good. One was running on the ground while the other was flying in the sky. Hu Po obviously couldn't escape. But at that moment, Dong Shuye's figure suddenly fell to the ground. Before Lu Yi could figure out what was happening, this guy had already shot up into the sky and flew over. A moment later, Lu Yi saw clearly that this guy wasn't flying, but rather gliding. But every time he glided, He could cover a distance of 1,000 meters, much faster than Hu Po. The situation wasn't as bad as Lu Yi imagined, but it was definitely not optimistic. The distance between them was constantly closing, and at this rate, Dong Shu Yi would be able to catch up in less than an incense stick worth of time. A 7th-order spirit stream realm cultivator was really extraordinary. The other party running over to kill him also had a certain degree of confidence. I have to think of a way. Lu Yi pondered for a moment and took out a talisman from his storage pouch. He only had 9 talismans left in his possession. He had used too many talismans in his 3-day battle with Luo Ji. The remaining 9 talismans were all defensive and supportive in nature. The talisman that Lu Yi took out was called Windwalker. It was an auxiliary talisman that could increase one's speed. Lu Yi had never had the chance to use it before, but now was the right time to use it. He activated his spirit energy and slapped the spirit talisman onto Hu Po's body. In an instant, a layer of spirit light encircled Hu Po's body and quickly gathered on its 4 legs. A light energy encircled it. With the help of the spiritual light, Hu Po's speed suddenly increased. Although he still couldn't shake off Dong Shai's pursuit, he might be able to drag it out for a longer time. One chased while the other fled, constantly closing in on the mountain. The killing intent in Dong Shai's eyes almost condensed into substance, erupting like flames. He had originally thought that killing Hu Po would be a piece of cake if he personally made a move. Who knew that he had underestimated the snow-white tiger's speed? Now that he had used the help of the spirit talisman, it would be even more difficult to chase him down. However, this couldn't stop Dong Shai's determination to kill Lu Yi. The young sect leader had been killed under his watch. When this matter was reported, the elders in the sect would be furious. This was especially true for the sect leader. He had clearly declared that his incompetent son couldn't die in vain. The murderer must pay with his life. If it weren't for the fact that Cloud River tier cultivators couldn't enter the Spirit Stream battlefield, Dong Shai even suspected that the sect leader would personally charge in. Because that idiot had been killed, Dong Shai had been reprimanded. Previously, he had been defeated by the Xian sect, causing his situation in the sect to become even worse. If he could avenge the young sect leader, perhaps he could still maintain his current position. However, if he couldn't, then he would definitely be unable to move an inch in the Jiuxing sect in the future. Thus, no matter what, the murderer had to die. So what if his opponent had used a spirit talisman? He still couldn't shake him off. The distance between them was constantly closing. As long as he reached a suitable position, he would only need to use a spell technique to take Tiger Crossing Mountain's life. After the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, the distance between them was only a few thousand feet. The power of the Windwalk Spirit Talisman had been exhausted, and Lu Yi took out another one and slapped it onto Hu Po's body. This was also the last Windwalk Spirit Talisman. The sect leader had only prepared 2 of these for him. If he used this one, he would have none left. After the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, the mountain ahead became clear. In just the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Hu Po would be able to bring Lu Yi into the mountain. At that time, it would be much easier to hide. However, Dong Shai had already chased him to within 1,000 feet. This distance was already very dangerous. Lu Yi felt his heart thumping wildly, and an indescribable sense of suffocation pressed down on him, making it difficult for him to breathe. 2,000 feet, 1,000 feet. Lu Yi felt a strong fluctuation of spiritual power behind him. When he turned around, he saw Dong Shai gliding through the air. He had one hand pointed in his direction, and a fiery red disk of spiritual power slowly rotated in front of him. Profound Sect has already sent out all their forces to attack 9-star Sect's station. You still have the mind to chase me? Lu Yi hurriedly shouted. Profound Sect was using him, so he naturally had no need to hide information for them. Now that he was in a life-or-death crisis, he naturally had to delay as long as he could. Dong Shai was obviously startled when he heard this. His instincts told him that Lu Yi wasn't lying. His mind was slightly disturbed, and the disk of spiritual power in his hand became somewhat unstable. He then shouted, "Deceiving others with your lies and disturbing my mind, die!" With a burst of light, fist-sized fireballs rained down on Lu Yi like a meteor shower. There were at least a few dozen of them, and they seemed to be endless. Lu Ye's eyes twitched. Although he knew that a seventh-order spirit stream realm cultivator wasn't to be trifled with, he didn't expect him to be this strong. Moreover, looking at the signs of Dong Shai's attack, it was obvious that he was a Dharma cultivator. That Luo Ji was also a Dharma cultivator. I hate Dharma cultivators. Lu Yi secretly gritted his teeth and moved down from the tiger's back to sit on Hu Po's back. He pressed his hand on the hilt of his saber and waited with rapt attention. As the fireballs fell, Hu Po moved left and right to avoid them. The fireballs were extremely powerful, and they smashed holes in the ground when they landed. Flames splashed everywhere as they burned fiercely. Even if one didn't die after being hit by such a technique, they would at least lose a layer of skin. On the tiger's back, Lu Yi continuously attacked with his saber. At the same time, his defensive spirit tattoo flickered continuously. The fireballs that Hu Po couldn't avoid were cut or blocked by him. The sputtering flames burned his entire body, and Hu Po kept whimpering as the smell of barbecued meat wafted from his body. After the fireballs fell, Lu Yi and Hu Po were fine except for some burns. However, Lu Ye's saber-wielding hand was trembling violently. A seventh-order spirit stream realm technique wasn't so easy to block. The other party's technique was a large-scale attack with the intention of killing Lu Yi in one fell swoop. Its lethality was obviously spread out, but he needed to use all his strength to block each fireball. Moreover, Dong Shai was hastily casting this technique. If he used all his strength, what would happen? This time, the odds were stacked against him. Chapter 90. Not to mention Lu Ye's suffering, Dong Shai was also surprised that his spirit technique failed to kill Lu Yi. Only now did he understand that Luo Ji's words were true. This disciple from some top sect could actually fight with spirit inscriptions. He saw with his own eyes that a shield-like spirit inscription kept flashing on Lu Ye's body, blocking several fireballs. No wonder someone like Luo Ji was defeated. When Luo Ji returned yesterday, he checked the battle report and learned that this guy had lost. He thought that Luo Ji didn't try his best, but now it seemed that he was wrong. However, he wasn't Luo Ji. Luo Ji's background was better than his, and he cultivated a heaven-grade secret art, but his cultivation was still lacking. He was a dignified seventh-order cultivator, so he naturally had more means than this. His spirit chi surged, and a washbasin-sized fireball appeared in front of him. Almost as soon as it appeared, it flew towards Lu Yi at an incredible speed. "Let's see how you block this." Seeing the fireball coming, Lu Ye's scalp went numb. Although there were many fireballs just now, they were only the size of a fist. He could barely block them, but how could he block this washbasin-sized fireball? "Hu Po!" Lu Yi roared. Hu Po's speed increased again, and he suddenly jumped out. The huge fireball fell from the sky, almost brushing past Hu Po's butt. Lu Ye's face was scalded by the scorching air, and even with his spiritual energy protecting his body, it was of no use. He could even smell the smell of his hair being burned to a crisp. He secretly rejoiced in his heart. Although this thing looked big, it was slower than the small fireballs just now. Otherwise, Hu Po wouldn't have been able to dodge it. However, in the next moment, his face changed because the huge fireball didn't fall to the ground. Instead, it suddenly changed direction and chased after them. This thing can change directions. In the air, Dong Shai, who was gliding, had one hand behind his back while the other formed a seal. He floated in the air like an immortal. However, his spirit chi surged wildly, as if he was possessed by a death god. The huge fireball was getting faster and faster. Seeing that it was about to hit him, Lu Yi knew that if he didn't have a countermeasure, he would die here with Hu Po. Taking a deep breath, he sheathed his long saber and raised his hands in front of him. As he pushed his spirit chi, a spirit inscription immediately appeared in front of him. This was clearly not enough. The defensive spirit rune could barely block the small fireball from before, let alone such a huge fireball. However, as Lu Ye's spirit power poured in crazily, the palm-sized defensive spirit rune suddenly expanded and became the size of a table in an extremely short period of time. On top of the spirit tattoos, complicated patterns flowed and wriggled, radiating light. At this moment, Lu Yi felt that his body had been hollowed out. Although he didn't have time to take a closer look, this spirit pattern had definitely consumed at least 30% of his spirit energy. In other words, he could only activate 3 such spiritual tattoos at most before exhausting all of his spiritual power. He had never activated spiritual tattoos like this before. In the past, whether it was activating sharpness or defense, it only took an instant. However, there was a commonality between spiritual tattoos. As long as there was enough spiritual energy to maintain it, it would continue. In principle, the reason why spirit-gathering spirit tattoos could be preserved was because they were born with the effect of gathering spirit chi of heaven and earth. The gathered spirit chi could maintain its existence. The huge fireball arrived and collided with the defensive spirit tattoo. When it collided, an irresistible force was transmitted. Hu Po's body was pressed down and he almost knelt on the ground. The muscles on Lu Ye's arms bulged as if he was holding something heavy. A scorching aura rushed over. On the fireball, tongues of fire flickered, and the defensive spirit tattoo's luster quickly dimmed. Even with Lu Ye's continuous infusion of spirit chi, it could not last for more than a few breaths. However, what made Lu Yi feel slightly relieved was that he had blocked this attack. He immediately wanted to tilt the defensive spirit tattoo and push the fireball away. However, before he could do anything, Dong Shai, who was not far away, snorted coldly. "Fool!" He changed his hand seal. With a loud boom, flames swept out in all directions. A large part of the void became distorted, and the surrounding trees burned fiercely. Was he dead? Dong Shai's figure landed and coldly observed. Under normal circumstances, a third-order spirit stream realm cultivator would not be able to block one of his attacks, but the target he wanted to kill this time was obviously not an ordinary third-order cultivator. This guy was a disciple from a top force, and his attainments in spirit runes alone were enough to make one gasp in amazement. Rustling sounds came from the jungle and quickly disappeared. "He's not dead yet." Dong Shai's eyes twitched as his murderous intent intensified. Just as he was about to continue chasing, a message suddenly came from the battlefield mark. He wanted to ignore it, but he could not help but remember what Lu Yi had said before. His heart skipped a beat and he quickly checked. It was a message from Chao Yi. It was simple and clear, but it made his heart sink to the bottom. Wang Yang has led 600 cultivators from the Profound Sect to attack the station. Senior brother, return quickly. If Dong Shai had not caught up with Lu Yi, he would have rushed back immediately after seeing this message. However, Lu Yi was right under his nose, so how could he be willing to give up now? Therefore, he only made a slight decision and sent a message back. At the 9 Stars Sect station, the sect defending array had been fully activated, and there were cultivators stationed at every strategic location, ready for battle. The Profound Sect suddenly came out in full force to attack. This was something that none of the 9 Stars Sect disciples had expected. After all, a battle had just been declared, and it had ended with the 9 Stars Sect's defeat. Chao Yi could not figure out what Wang Yang was trying to do. However, it had already happened. As the cultivator with the highest cultivation in the station, Chao Yi was duty-bound to command the cultivators in the station to participate in the defense. However, he could not do it alone, so he immediately sent a message to Dong Shai. However, Dong Shai's reply made him feel helpless. It was only 3 simple words, hold on. At this moment, what else could he do but hold on? The sect defending array was fully activated, and a large number of spirit stones were burning, turning into defensive power that blocked the profound sect cultivators outside the station. Conservatively speaking, it would not be a problem to resist the attacks from the profound sect for a day or 2. Therefore, although the 9 Stars sect was besieged, the cultivators in the station did not panic, other than being a little nervous. King Wang Yang. Chao Yi cursed in his heart. He really did not know what was wrong with this guy. Just then, a disciple suddenly ran over in a panic and reported something. Chao Yi was shocked and hurried out of the main hall. He immediately saw a silhouette holding the hand of a woman in purple. They were hurrying towards him. Luo Ji! Chao Yi shouted. He jumped up and landed in front of the silhouette. He looked at him and then at the woman in purple behind him. What are you doing? Luo Ji frowned and said, I'm leaving. Leaving? Chao Yi did not understand. Where are you going at this time? Of course I'm leaving this place. Do you want me to wait for death? Luo Ji looked at him like he was an idiot. Chao Yi frowned, not understanding what Luo Ji meant. He stopped him and said, You can leave if you want, but why are you taking Ziyi with you? Luo Ji said, From now on, Ziyi is no longer a disciple of the 9 Stars sect. Chapter 91. Chao Yi was really angry. If Ziyi isn't a disciple of 9 Stars sect, could she be from your boundless island? His sect had been attacked by the profound sect, and Chao Yi was already badly battered, but Luo Ji suddenly making such a fuss really angered him. If it weren't for Luo Ji's extraordinary background, Chao Yi would have already taught him a lesson. Luo Ji said lightly, Yes, Ziyi has already agreed to follow me and has nothing to do with 9 Stars sect. Ridiculous! Chao Yi laughed in anger as he stared coldly at the woman in purple behind Luo Ji. The woman's face was expressionless as she stared up at the sky, as if this matter had nothing to do with her. She wasn't ignoring Chao Yi, nor was she trying to get rid of him, she was simply born this way. Although Chao Yi and this woman in purple were from the same sect and had known each other for several years, they had never spoken more than 3 sentences to each other. Because no matter what, she was always like this, ignoring everything he asked her. Chao Yi had always felt that his junior sister was a very strange person. She wasn't indifferent, but rather indifferent to everything in the world, as if nothing could arouse her interest. So when Luo Ji said that she had agreed to something, Chao Yi would never believe it. How could such a woman casually agree to something? Withdrawing his gaze, Chao Yi said coldly, Luo Ji, I've tolerated you because you are a disciple of Boundless Island, but don't make trouble again. Luo Ji sighed and said, Why can't we talk it through? He suddenly took a step forward until he was almost face to face with Chao Yi. He looked directly into Chao Yi's eyes. I am going to take Z away now. Do you dare to object? Chao Yi was furious, wondering if this guy was trying to bully others. Although Luo Ji was only a second-order cultivator, behind him was Boundless Island. If he wanted to take Zi away by force, Chao Yi really couldn't stop him. He couldn't just beat Luo Ji up, right? If he did, Boundless Island would definitely not let this matter go. Chao Yi could take Zi away, but Luo Ji would definitely not sit back and do nothing. If things got out of hand, both of them would lose face. Thinking so, Chao Yi said, You can leave, but Zi can't. If you insist on doing so, then you can only take away a cripple. As he spoke, Chao Yi raised his right hand and a red battlefield seal appeared. He looked at Luo Ji and said, Don't forget, I am the deputy guardian of the sect. If Zi dares to betray the sect, I can ask the heavens to destroy her cultivation. Luo Ji was indifferent. You can try. Don't force me. Chao Yi gritted his teeth. Scram! Luo Ji pushed Chao Yi's shoulder, trying to push him away, but he was just a second-order law cultivator. How could he shake Chao Yi, a sixth-order body cultivator? This push was very solid, but the other party's figure did not move at all. Luo Ji did not linger. He led Ziyi around Chao Yi and headed for the main hall. Ziyi, it's not too late to turn back. Chao Yi turned around and looked at his junior sister who was following behind Luo Ji, preparing to give her one last chance. The other party was still looking up at the sky, turning a deaf ear to his words, but Chao Yi knew that she had heard him. Chao Yi sighed and shouted, 9 stars sex Lan Zi has disregarded the sex rules and is greedy for vanity, intending to betray the sect. Disciple Chao Yi respectfully requests the heavens to destroy her cultivation. Finished speaking, he looked at his junior sister who was walking forward with a pained expression. Although this junior sister was a bit cold, she was still from the same sect as him. If it were not for the current situation, he would not have taken such drastic measures. However, at this moment, the profound sect was attacking the sect station, so he did not have time to worry about this. What's more, he wanted to let everyone know the consequences of betraying the sect at this time. Luo Ji pulled Lan Zi forward and soon entered the main hall. Chao Ye's face changed as he suddenly realized something. The seal has changed? Logically speaking, it was a fact that Lan Zi had betrayed the sect. If he, as the vice-guardian of the encampment, respectfully invited Tianji, he would definitely be able to cripple her cultivation. However, Tianji actually had no reaction at all. This was practically impossible. Unless Lan Zi was no longer a 9 stars sect disciple and was no longer under the sect's control. Only by changing the battlefield seal could she be rid of her identity as a 9 stars sect disciple. However, changing the battlefield seal required a huge amount of merit points. It was not something an ordinary spirit stream stage cultivator could afford. In a flash, Chao Yi figured out many things. He was wondering why Luo Ji would suddenly come to the 9 stars sect's territory to train. Coming from a top force like Boundless Island, he would be welcomed anywhere. It turned out that this guy had come prepared. From the beginning to the end, his target had been Lan Zi. But why would he pay such a high price for Lan Zi? Previously, Chao Yi thought that Luo Ji was lusting after Lan Zi's beauty. But now, it seemed that this was not the case. How could someone like Luo Ji be tempted by beauty? Wait! Chao Yi shouted angrily. He rushed into the main hall and saw Luo Ji with Lan Zi. They each placed their hands on the Heaven's Fate pillars. The Heaven's Fate pillars were already shining brightly, gradually enveloping their bodies. You can't leave like this. Chao Yi raised his hand to stop them. Luo Ji pointed at him with his chin. I advise you to leave this place quickly. Otherwise, you will be in big trouble. What? Chao Yi was shocked. Boom! The ground shook, and Chao Yi could not stand firmly. He turned his head and saw a graceful figure floating in the air outside the sect's protective spell. It was the B*TCH from the Celestial sect. At this moment, the 9 colorful spirit energy dragons before the bitch were entangled with one another. Their bodies spun and turned into a violent attack. It was like a drill that was smashing into the 9 stars sect's sect protection formation. What is this? Even with Chao Ye's vast knowledge and experience, he couldn't recognize what kind of spell technique this was. However, what he could be sure of was that with the cultivation level of that B*TCH, there was no way that she could unleash such a spell technique. The might of her attack was already on par with that of a Cloud River tier cultivator. This was the power of a spiritual talisman. A spiritual talisman that flowed out from the core circle. To obtain such a spiritual talisman, it must have cost a lot of merit point. Where did she get it? Was it Wang Yang? But Wang Yang had never been to the core circle. How could he have obtained such a spiritual talisman? Chao Yi did not have time to think about it anymore. Under the constant impact of the 9 dragons, the 9 stars sect's protective spell was on the verge of collapse. It would not be long before it was broken. When that time came, the entire 9 stars sect's encampment would be in danger. Chao Yi smiled bitterly and staggered. No wonder Luo Ji ran so fast. He obviously saw the signs of the other party activating the spiritual talisman. This level of spiritual talisman was activated by a sixth-order cultivator and required a long time to prepare. Luo Ji came from Boundless Island and was more knowledgeable than Chao Yi. Naturally, he recognized the spiritual talisman. Chapter 92. 9 Stars Sect had been defeated, thoroughly defeated. The only one who could fight against Wang Yang was Dong Shai, but he had gone out to chase after Tiger Crossing. Once the sect's spirit array was broken, no one could stop Wang Yang's slaughter. Chao Yi faintly sensed that there was a conspiracy behind this, but there was no way for him to think too much about it. Pushing his spirit chi, he shouted, "Everyone, prepare to evacuate." The disciples who were stationed at various strategic locations to assist in the defense were already in a state of panic. Upon hearing Chao Yi's shout, they immediately rushed in the direction of the main hall. This was where the Jiuxing sect's Tianji pillar was located. With the help of the Tianji pillar, they could return to the Jiuzhou continent. Crack! The sound of the defensive formation shattering could be heard, and a large patch of fluorescent light dispersed from the outskirts of the Jiuxing sect's encampment like fireflies filling the sky. Xiao Zhu's body that was suspended in the air fell weakly to the ground. Wang Yang was already prepared, and he scooped her up and held her in his arms. With his other hand, he pulled out the long sword at his waist and pointed it forward. Kill! In the jungle, Lu Yi was fleeing in a sorry state, his arms bloody and even his chest charred. Dong Shai's seventh-order cultivation was not something he could fight against. If not for his spirit rune, he would have died when the other party used his first spirit technique. Lu Yi originally thought that escaping into the mountains would increase his chances of survival, but in fact, the dense forest could not hide his figure. Dong Shai chased after him like a maggot in a tarsal bone. Casting one spell after another, the trees that were as thick as several people hugging their arms around fell one after another. He had separated from Hu Po, and when he was hit by Dong Shai's second attack, he was knocked off the tiger's back by the powerful impact, which was why his chest was charred. Lu Yi did not know how serious Hu Po's injuries were, but they were definitely not light, because when Hu Po fell, the ground under him was quickly dyed red with blood. Lu Yi didn't even have the time to check on Hu Po's injuries. He felt that he wouldn't be able to escape this time, so he made a prompt decision to split up with Hu Po. If they continued to stay together, even Hu Po would die. If he was destined to die, Hu Po would at least be able to survive. Fortunately, Dong Shai did not continue to glide in the sky, because the trees here were very tall and the canopy was extremely dense. If he flew into the sky, it would be very easy for him to lose sight of Lu Yi. Even so, with his seventh-order cultivation, his speed was not something Lu Yi could escape from. With only 30% of his spiritual power left, he could only activate the defensive spiritual rune, which could barely block Dong Shai's attack, once more. There was no chance. Lu Yi raised his bloody right hand and grasped the long knife at his waist. Although this life was a little short and not exciting enough, even if he died, he still had to face the enemy. Lu Yi didn't pay much attention to it at first, but after figuring out the source of the sound, he immediately turned around and rushed in that direction. Dong Shai, who was chasing from behind, saw Lu Yi's figure from afar, and his eyes spewed flames of anger. He really didn't expect that he would not be able to capture a third-order brat after spending so much time chasing after him. This was a little difficult for him to accept and only served to further strengthen his determination to kill Lu Yi. Seeing Lu Yi change direction and hearing the rumbling sound, how could Dong Shai not know what Lu Yi was up to? Boy, you can't run away. Obediently accept your death, and you'll be spared from physical pain. Dong Shai shouted angrily as he pushed his spiritual energy and soared into the sky. Up in the air, Lu Yi caught sight of an enormous waterfall. Beneath the blazing sun, the splashes of water formed a rainbow-colored light. Within the rainbow-colored light, Lu Yi leaped into the air, heading down the waterfall. "Where do you think you're going?" Dong Shai shouted, hurriedly sending out a golden arc slash towards Lu Yi. The golden arc slash displayed by a 7th order cultivator was much more powerful than the one displayed by Luoji, a 2nd order cultivator. The golden arc slash was almost a meter long. The crescent-shaped slash broke through the air, but because both sides were moving quickly, the slash missed its target and cut through Lu Ye's back. Lu Ye's body protecting spirit chi was like paper as blood splattered everywhere, causing his face to twitch in pain. At that moment, he didn't even have time to urge his defensive spirit rune. If he had been hit by the golden arc slash, his torso would have been cut in half. His body fell rapidly downwards and a moment later, crashed into the pool below. Lu Yi immediately dove down, trying to conceal himself. At the same time, Dong Shai's figure floated down from above the waterfall and hovered above the pool, sending out a golden arc slash towards the spot where Lu Yi had fallen. Compared to other spirit arts, the penetrative power of the golden arc slash was undoubtedly stronger. Although it could be blocked by the current, there was no better way at this time unless Dong Shai was willing to dive into the water to search for traces of Lu Yi. As the golden arc slash descended, the water surface was cut open and thick blood poured out of the water along with some pieces of internal organs. Seeing this scene, Dong Shai hurriedly checked his battlefield mark. 10 merit points had been deducted. This made Dong Shai's heart ache. The spirit stream battlefield was a very strange place. There seemed to be a mysterious force that controlled the merit points of cultivators. If one killed an enemy above their realm, the merit points would be doubled, but if one killed an enemy 3 minor realms lower in cultivation, a large amount of merit points would be deducted. This mysterious force seemed to encourage cultivators to fight above their realm, and it would also punish those who bullied the weak. This was also the reason why there were not many strong cultivators in the outer circle of the battlefield. Contribution points were very useful to any cultivator. In order to obtain contribution points, one must first kill an enemy with a cultivation base that was not too far off from the cultivators. There weren't many places where 6th or 7th order cultivators could benefit from in the outer ring. Although they wouldn't completely leave the outer ring, they would still choose to stay relatively close to the inner ring to gain experience. Dong Shai was a 7th order cultivator, so killing a 4th order cultivator would give him merit points, but if he killed a 3rd order cultivator, 10 merit points would be deducted, and if he killed a 2nd order cultivator, 20 merit points would be deducted. 10 merit points wasn't much, but it wasn't little either. For Dong Shai, killing a cultivator of the same realm only gave him 7 merit points. If it weren't for the orders from the sex elders, he wouldn't have personally chased after Lu Yi. Fortunately, everything was over. He looked at his battlefield mark again. When he checked his merit points just now, he found that someone had sent him a message. When he saw the content of the message, his face changed drastically. Chapter 93. Dong Shai originally wanted to search for Lu Ye's corpse, but the information in the battlefield mark had thrown his mind into chaos. How could he care about Lu Yi? Chao Yi sent another message. It was just 3 simple words. Danger, return quickly. He had received Chao Ye's message before and knew that Xian sect cultivators had come to attack Jiuxing sect station, but he did not panic because attacking a sect station was not a simple matter. According to his estimation, even if Xian sect sent out all their forces, the great array of their station could last for a day or two, which was enough time for him to kill Lu Yi and rush back. But Chao Yi actually sent such a message in such a short time, which showed that the situation in the station was extremely bad. He hurried back and at the same time sent a message to Chao Yi to ask about the situation, but there was no reply at all. Below the pool, Lu Yi was in a daze, his spirit chi almost dried up, and there was a large amount of blood around him, as well as some broken limbs and pieces of flesh. After entering the water, he found that there was someone under the water, and from the looks of it, that person seemed to be collecting something under the water. When they saw each other, they were both startled. Lu Yi did not have the time to explain anything to this person. After stabilizing himself at the bottom of the water, he immediately activated the defensive spirit rune above his head. Then, a golden arc broke through the water and attacked. The strange cultivator didn't even make a sound before he was cut into pieces. It could be said that he had suffered an unexpected disaster. The defensive spirit pattern above Lu Ye's head also shattered after blocking a slash. Fortunately, the remaining golden arcs didn't hit him. The attack soon stopped, but he did not dare to poke his head out because he could not determine Dong Shai's movements. Enduring the exhaustion and pain all over his body, he dived underwater for dozens of breaths until he could no longer hold his breath. Only then did he emerge from the water in a sorry state. He only took a deep breath and quickly dived again, continuing to move forward under the water with great difficulty. After doing this several times, Lu Yi was exhausted, but to his relief, Dong Shai did not seem to attack him again. A quarter of an hour later, when Lu Yi emerged from the water again, a strong force suddenly came from behind him. He had been hit by something. His back was already injured, and his condition was extremely bad, so this hit almost made him faint. Lu Yi instinctively thought that Dong Shai had come to kill him again. He drew the long saber from his waist and slashed back. There was no one there, only a piece of dead wood that had been cut into two by him. It was this piece of dead wood that had collided with him. He looked around and could no longer see Dong Shai's figure. Lu Yi held the saber in his hand in a daze. Where is this guy? A dignified seventh-order cultivator had chased after him and forced him into a dead end. There was no reason for him to just give up like this, but after searching for a long time, he still didn't see Dong Shai. He was sure that this guy had really left. He quickly realized something. Previously, a cultivator had been killed by Dong Shai at the bottom of the pool. Did that guy think that he had already succeeded? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this possibility was not small. Furthermore, the Celestial Sect of Wonders was already attacking the Jiuxing sect's base. Dong Shai probably did not have the mood to carefully investigate the situation underwater. After confirming that he had killed one person, he hurriedly left. Was that why he was able to escape? After sorting out his thoughts, Lu Yi relaxed. Endless exhaustion and pain swept over him, and his body couldn't help but sink into the water. He hurriedly raised his hand and grabbed the piece of dead wood, struggling to float up. His consciousness was hazy, and he could faint at any time. However, Lu Yi knew that if he fainted at this time, it would be very difficult for him to wake up. He was seriously injured this time. His right hand trembled as he took out a jade bottle from the storage pouch at his waist. He opened the bottle and poured all of the healing pills into his mouth, chewing and swallowing them down without caring how many healing pills were in the bottle. He wanted to switch his secret art to the gluttonous feast to speed up the absorption of pill energy, but the spirit chi in his body was almost exhausted. His spirit acupoints had dried up, and his golden cicada carefree secret art had stopped circulating. How could he spare any energy to switch secret arts? He could only use all his strength to tie a knot on the dead wood. Don't drown to death. That would be a joke. As this last thought emerged, Lu Ye's vision was shrouded in darkness, and he completely lost consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, Lu Yi found himself lying face down on a bed. After a short moment of absent-mindedness, an indescribable pain swept over him. What surprised him was that there was a person sitting next to him. A faint fragrance lingered on the tip of his nose, and from the corner of his eyes, he could see that the person sitting next to him was a woman. Not only did he feel pain on his back, but he also felt a burst of numbness. In addition, there was a slight fluctuation of spirit chi and a constantly flickering dark green radiance. Was I saved by someone? He remembered that before he lost consciousness, he used his clothes to tie the dead wood. After that, He should have drifted with the flow, but now he appeared in such a place. It was obvious that someone had saved him. He didn't make any sound, because he didn't know who had saved him. He only quietly sensed his own condition. It was very bad. His spirit chi hadn't recovered, and his injuries were serious. Not only was there a deep cut on his back, but his chest and hands were also burned. This kind of injury would be fatal to an ordinary person, but he was a cultivator now, so he could still hold on for a while. Moreover, he had taken a bottle of healing pills before he fainted, so the healing pills must have played a role. But the situation still wasn't optimistic. "Your breathing has changed." A pleasant voice suddenly entered his ears. It was very gentle. "It's normal to be vigilant towards strangers. But if I wanted to kill you, you would have died long ago." Lu Yi couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. For a moment, he was speechless, not knowing what to say. A small white hand suddenly stretched out in front of him. The woman said, "Although I saved you, I still want to confirm which side you belong to." As she spoke, a light blue radiance appeared on the back of the small hand. She was actively revealing which side she belonged to. This made Lu Ye's heart relax. He slightly circulated the remaining spirit chi in his body, and a light blue radiance appeared on the back of his hand. "Then I didn't save the wrong person," the woman said in a gentle voice. But Lu Yi was sure that if he hadn't revealed the glow of his battlefield imprint, or if the light he revealed was red, the woman would have killed him. In the spirit stream battlefield, the difference in sides was a reason to kill. There was no room for sympathy or mercy. The itchiness on his back became more obvious, and the dark green radiance flickered more frequently. After a while, the spirit chi fluctuations on his back stopped. Then, the woman smeared something on his wound, causing Lu Yi to sweat profusely from the pain. After smearing it, she stuck something on Lu Ye's back. Lu Yi couldn't see it, but he guessed it was something like a plaster. After doing this, the woman stood up and said, "You're seriously injured. Don't move around for now. It'll affect your recovery." "Thank you," the woman said. "Ling Yu found you and brought you back." Then, she walked away. It was only now that Lu Yi saw the woman's side profile. He didn't know if it was because he had received a favor from someone, but he felt that this woman was as beautiful as a fairy. Her chest was full, and her hands were placed in front of her stomach. Her steps were dignified. Chapter 94. Lu Yi didn't wake up for long before he fell back into a deep sleep. When he woke up again, he found that there was a chair in front of him, and a young girl was sitting on it. The girl's head was drooping, as if she was too sleepy and dozing off. The room was filled with the strong smell of blood, as well as some indescribable herbal smell. Although he had crawled for a long time, Lu Yi didn't feel suffocated. Even the burns on his chest didn't hurt too much, which made him feel strange. After careful examination, he found that the bed board on his chest had been artificially hollowed out. The person who placed him here was obviously a very careful person who took care of his injuries. He moved his body with difficulty, trying to get up, but he didn't have much strength at the moment. After struggling a few times, not only was he unable to get up, but he was also in so much pain that his forehead was sweating. The little movement woke the dozing girl up. She opened her eyes and stood up with a squeak. "You're awake." She walked to the bed and helped Lu Yi up. Although the girl was petite, she was still a cultivator, so she still had the strength to help him up. However, because Lu Ye's chest and back were injured, he could only sit upright on the bed. The girl brought out a bowl of dark green medicine from the side. "Big Sister Hua Si said that you should drink this bowl of medicine when you wake up. It will heal your injuries." Lu Yi didn't know who this Big Sister Hua Si was, but he secretly guessed that it might be the plump woman he saw before. He reached out to take the medicine and said, "Thank you." He raised the bowl to his mouth, and a pungent smell immediately rushed up to his nose. Lu Yi frowned. This thing was so strong. However, good medicine was always bitter, so he took a big gulp. He wasn't worried that others would harm him. If they really wanted to harm him, they would have done it long ago. There was no need to go through all this trouble. The next moment, his face became full of expressions. Not only was this thing addictive, it was also deadly. Lu Yi considered himself to be someone with some tolerance, but this mouthful almost made him faint again. It was really too bitter, and Lu Yi wondered if he had drunk the bile of some unknown creature. The girl seemed to have expected this. She looked at him with bright eyes and said anxiously, "Sister Hua Si said that you have to drink it clean. If you don't drink it clean, she will be angry. An angry Sister Hua Si is so scary." There was no need for her to say anything. Lu Yi only paused for a moment before she drank the entire bowl of medicinal concoction. The girl took the bowl, took out a grayish-brown object from her inventory bag, and gave it to Lu Yi. "Put it on your mouth." Lu Yi took it curiously and tossed it into her mouth. She raised her eyebrows. This thing tasted like malt candy. Only then did he have the time to look around. He was in a building that looked like a bamboo building. It was not very big, and the layout of the house was very simple. He did not know where he was. While he was observing his surroundings, the young girl was packing up her things as she said, "My name is Lingyu. How should I address you, senior brother?" "One Leaf," Lu Yi replied casually. Suddenly, she came back to her senses and vaguely felt that she had heard this name somewhere before. After thinking for a moment, she suddenly asked, "Was it you who saved me?" That woman told him before that it was Lingyu who saved him. If he was not mistaken, it should be this young girl in front of him. "I only brought you back. It was Sister Hua Si who saved you." Lingyu smiled. "You floated over from the river. I thought you were dead. I wanted to search your corpse, but I found you were still alive, so I brought you back." Her words were interesting. Lu Yi could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. "No matter what, thank you. It's nothing. We were all saved by Sister Hua Si." Lingyu smiled at Lu Yi. The little girl's face had some baby fat, and her skin was white and tender. When she smiled, there was a dimple on her left cheek. She looked very cute. She had already packed up her things. "Have a good rest. Sister Hua Si has something to do. She will come back at night to check on your injuries. If you need anything, just shout. I live next door." Lu Yi nodded lightly. Lingyu pushed the door open and left. She closed the door before she left. "I met some kind people." Lu Yi was secretly glad that he was lucky. However, in the end, it was because they all belonged to the Haotian Alliance. If he met a group of people from the Myriad Demon's Ridge, he was afraid that they would really search his corpse. He silently remembered this kindness. His spirit tool long saber was still there. It was brought back together and placed beside the bed. There were also a few storage pouches placed neatly at the head of the bed. Although they met by chance, the other party's character was really good to be able to do this. Although he was lucky to survive, he was afraid that he would need some time to recuperate from his injuries. He was really beaten up miserably by Dong Shai. The most important thing now was to recover some spiritual power. No matter what, a cultivator with spiritual power would have the power to protect himself. He raised his hand with difficulty and took out his storage pouch. He took out a bottle of Yun spirit pills and consumed one, silently refining it. After refining 2 Yun spirit pills, he finally got the gluttonous meal to work again. This way, the efficiency of his recovery would be greatly increased. He took out another healing pill and swallowed it. Then, he began to construct the spirit-gathering pattern in his spiritual cavity. After busying himself, he was covered in sweat. The sky outside was getting dark. Lu Yi, who was recovering, heard the sound of the door being pushed open next door. Then, he heard Ling Yu's clear voice. "Sister Hua Si, you're back?" The gentle voice that he had heard before sounded. Then, the 2 women whispered something to each other for a while. Outside the bamboo house, the woman called Hua Si talked with Lingyu for a while. Then, she raised her head and looked at Lu Ye's room. She faintly felt that with Lu Ye's room as the center, the world's spiritual energy from all directions was gathering there. Although it wasn't obvious, she could still see it if she looked carefully. She was slightly surprised. The talent of this young man picked up by Ling Yu seemed to be quite high. However, she didn't know that Lu Yi could gather the world's spiritual energy like this mainly because of the spirit gathering pattern. As for his true talent, it was just a sad story. Go and rest. Hua Si patted Ling Yu's little head. Ling Yu smiled and said, Do you need my help? No need. Then I'll go and rest. After the two women said goodbye, Hua Si walked toward Lu Ye's bamboo house. She came to the door and gently knocked before pushing the door open and entering. Lu Yi had stopped cultivating and even dispersed the spirit gathering pattern. He had noticed a problem before. Once he activated the spirit gathering pattern, the world's spiritual energy would show signs of gathering. It wasn't a big deal if such signs appeared during cultivation, but if others saw it when he wasn't cultivating, it would be hard to explain. Looking at the woman who pushed the door open and entered, Lu Ye's eyes lit up. Yesterday, he could only vaguely see the side of her face. Today, he could finally see her face. It was a beauty. She was wearing a tight white dress with blue patterns that accentuated her voluptuous figure, accentuating her exquisite curve. Chapter 95. How do you feel? Hua Si walked to Lu Ye's bedside and stood still. Her body fragrance made one feel relaxed and happy. Lu Yi replied, Much better. Let me take a look. Hua Si's plump buttocks were crooked. She sat beside Lu Ye's bed and lifted his sleeve to check the injury on his arm. Then, she raised her hand to lift his lapel and looked at his chest. She nodded and said, It's fine. As she spoke, she took out some things from her storage bag and placed them beside the bed. She then instructed Lu Yi, Take off your shirt. Lu Ye's shirt had long been tattered and covered in blood. He had been busy recovering before and didn't have time to change it. Now, he obediently took off his shirt. Hua Si fiddled with the things she took out and said, Your arms and chest are badly burned. It's not convenient to bandage them. For the time being, use medicine for a few days. Okay. Lu Yi responded. Give me your hands. Hua Si said. Lu Yi stretched out his hands, revealing his arms covered in dark green medicine. This should have been applied yesterday when he was still unconscious. Hua Si used some unknown method to clean Lu Ye's arm before continuing to apply the emerald green medicine on it. After applying the medicine to his arms, she moved on to his chest. The injury on his back was a cut, so it wasn't treated this way. Lu Yi remembered that Hua Si had applied some kind of ointment on his back yesterday. Today, he felt unbearably itchy all day. When she was treating the wound on his back, Hua Si asked Lu Yi to turn around and said, Bear with it. Before Lu Yi had time to react, he heard a tearing sound on his back. It seemed that the plaster he had applied yesterday had been torn off. Intense pain came from the wound, causing him to tremble all over and break out in a cold sweat. This woman called Hua Si was truly a woman who spoke the softest of words and used the most ruthless of methods. The dark green light began to flicker, and there was a fluctuation of spiritual power. Lu Yi turned his head in surprise and vaguely caught a glimpse of something. He suddenly realized. Senior Marshal Sister is a medical cultivator? Daihai from the Vitality sect had told him before that the cultivators were divided into 6 categories. They were the body cultivators who focused on cultivating the fleshly body, the weapon cultivators who focused on close combat, the Dharma cultivators who studied spells, the medical cultivators who practiced medicine and helped the world, the ghost cultivators who communicated with the netherworld, and the external cultivators who were proficient in alchemy, drawing talismans, setting up formations, crafting tools, and all sorts of other things. Because a cultivator's cultivation base was very low at the beginning of their cultivation, they were mostly weapon cultivators. When one's cultivation base was not high enough, having a weapon in hand would undoubtedly give them a greater ability to protect themselves, and it would also make it easier for them to move around the spirit stream battlefield. However, during this period, the cultivators would make some preparations according to their own habits and preferences. When their cultivation was high enough, they could determine their own faction. The cultivators he had seen in the heaven-splitting gorge before were basically all armament cultivators. Only Luoji had laid the foundation of a Dharma cultivator with his second-order cultivation. This was also because he came from a top sect, so he had the foundation and capital to do so. That Dong Shu Yi was also a Tao cultivator, but he was a seventh-order spirit stream realm cultivator. Until now, Lu Yi had met another cultivator who had determined their own faction, and it was also a medical cultivator. No wonder she was able to treat him. Huasai responded casually, "Why? Do you have a grudge with a medical cultivator?" Lu Yi hurriedly said, "No, I have a grudge with a Dharma cultivator." He secretly swore in his heart that in the future, if he encountered a Dharma cultivator who was not pleasing to the eye, he would kill them first. Huasai pursed her lips and smiled. "I see." The injuries on Lu Ye's body were obviously caused by a powerful spirit technique. As a medical cultivator who treated and saved people, Huasai still had a discerning eye. Under the constant urging of Huasai's spirit qi, Lu Yi clearly felt the pain on his back diminish, and finally, it became itchy. After she stopped, she stuck a plaster on Lu Ye's back. Next, she began to treat the wounds on Lu Ye's chest and arms. This time, Lu Yi could clearly see that Huasai's hands were floating above his wounds. Her palms were covered in a dark green light, and under the nourishment of Huasai's wood-type spiritual energy, his wounds were slowly recovering. This kind of healing method was quite magical. This senior martial sister was bubbling with beauty, a good figure, and pleasant to the ears. This kind of healing was naturally not boring. After a while, Huasai stopped and stood up, saying, "All right, today's healing is done." She extended a hand in front of Lu Yi, 10 spirit stones. Lu Yi looked up at her with a puzzled expression, and Huasai smiled. "Each healing session costs 5 spirit stones. You were too tired yesterday, so I didn't tell you. Including today's session, it's a total of 10 spirit stones." "There's a fee." Lu Yi was stunned. Huasai said, "The herbs I gave you to drink have to be bought, and the spirit pills and spirit stones I used to recover my spirit qi, so of course there's a fee." Lu Yi was speechless. "You're a disciple from a large sect. You won't go back on your word, right?" Huasai's hand was still stretched out in front of Lu Yi, firm and persistent. "Of course not." Lu Yi didn't know how she could tell that he was a disciple from a large sect, but what she said was not without reason. They were neither relatives nor friends, and since she was willing to spend time and effort to heal him, he should do something in return. Being able to meet a medical cultivator here would undoubtedly save him a lot of time to recover, so it was still a profit for him. "I don't have any spirit stones, but are spirit pills okay?" Lu Yi asked. "Of course." Huasai nodded. Lu Yi took out a bottle of 10 spirit pills and handed it to Huasai. "Thank you for your patronage." Huasai accepted the spirit pills and smiled even more happily. Lu Yi was afraid that she would say he was welcome to come again. "Then you should rest well." Huasai reminded him, "I'll come back tomorrow to heal you." Before she pushed the door open and left, she turned back and said, "If you can supplement it with healing pills, you should be able to recover faster." "Got it." Lu Yi nodded. Over the next few days, Lu Yi was bedridden. During the day, the little girl called Ling Yu would come to give him that bitter and deadly medicine, and at night, Huasai would cast a spell to heal Lu Yi. Ling Yu's full name was Ruan Ling Yu, and she was a lively little girl. She was also a little sociable. After chatting with her a few times, Lu Yi learned that this was the site of a sect. No one knew what sect this place originally belonged to. It had been attacked decades ago, and the entire sect had been destroyed. Although the Tianji pillar still remained, the Tianji pillar was no longer able to perform its original function. This made Lu Yi involuntarily recall the scene where the sect leader had sent him to the spirit stream battlefield in the wilderness. That place seemed to be the site of a sect as well. Regardless of whether it was in the 9 states or the spirit stream battlefield, there were many such sites. When a new sect appeared, they could choose these sites as their base because of the Tianji pillar that had been left behind. However, there were also many sites that no one chose, and these sites became places where rogue cultivators gathered. Although the buildings in these sites had been in disrepair for many years, there were still many places that provided shelter from the wind and rain. Moreover, the locations were quite good, so it was natural that some homeless rogue cultivators would come. Chapter 96. Rogue cultivators had no foundation, no elders, and no sect to protect them. Once they entered the spirit stream battlefield, they would face danger at every step, so many rogue cultivators would form small groups. The emerging sects in the 9 regions were basically all slowly developed from such small groups. With Hua Si as the core, more than a dozen rogue cultivators had gathered here, forming a small group called the Rogue Society. Ruan Lingyu was a little girl who didn't know much about the world, so Lu Yi only needed to ask around to understand the general strength of the rogue cultivators in the Rogue Society. Hua Si's cultivation was the highest, at the 5th order. Below her were 2 4th-order cultivators, and the rest were basically 2nd or 3rd order cultivators. There were only 11 people in total. However, because Lu Yi had been healing in his room recently, other than Hua Si and Ruan Lingyu, he only saw one other 4th-order cultivator. Such small groups could be said to be countless in the spirit stream battlefield. Compared to a real sect, they naturally couldn't be compared. Lu Yi had participated in the declaration of war between the Profound sect and the 9 Stars sect. Although the 2 sects were only 8th or 9th order cultivators, the total number of people dispatched by both sides was more than 1,000. If the Rogue Society were to join in, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Over the past few days, Lu Ye's spirit energy had recovered and he had even begun to cultivate. Now that he was at the 3rd order spirit stream realm, he had 30 opened apertures. If he wanted to open one aperture, he would need to consume at least 15 spirit accumulation pills. However, with the help of the spirit-gathering spirit tattoo, this consumption was less. When he came out of the heaven-splitting gorge, he had almost 350 spirit pills. He thought that it would be enough for him to cultivate to the 4th order spirit stream realm, but now it seemed that it wasn't enough. The main reason was that he had to pay Hua Si 5 spirit pills every day as medical expenses. His injuries wouldn't heal without a month of rest. And this was under Hua Si's careful care. Without her treatment methods, the recovery time would only be longer. During this time, he used the 10,000-meter map to check his location and found that he was about 100 kilometers away from the waterfall. In other words, he had drifted down this far after he fainted. Yi and Hupa had been separated from him before, so he wanted to look for them. At that time, Hupa was injured, so Lu Yi didn't even have time to check on his injuries. Fortunately, Dong Shu Ye's target was only him and didn't pay attention to Hupa. As long as Hupa didn't die at that time, with Yi by his side, there shouldn't be much of a problem. Recuperate, then go look for Hupa. This was Lu Ye's plan. Under the night sky, Lu Yi was bare-chested as he swung his saber in the open space in front of the bamboo house. A few days ago, his saber practice had been delayed because of his injuries. Today, he was finally better, so Lu Yi was somewhat impatient. Ruan Lingyu rested her chin on her hands as she watched quietly from the window of the bamboo building. She couldn't figure out what was so good about this fight. He was clearly injured, but instead of lying down, he had to come out and cause trouble. However, she couldn't persuade him, so she could only let nature take its course. Suddenly, her eyes lit up and she raised her hand to greet her. Sister Hua Si. Not far away, Hua Si's figure appeared, followed by a burly man. This man was none other than the one Lu Yi had met before, a fourth-order cultivator named Kong Nyo. According to Ruan Lingyu, the reason why Hua Xi left early and returned late every day was that she had to go to the nearby market to treat the injuries of rogue cultivators and earn cultivation resources. The fights between rogue cultivators were very fierce, so they were often injured. If their injuries weren't serious, they could recover by taking healing pills. However, if their injuries were too serious, they would have to find a medical cultivator to treat them. Otherwise, there would be hidden dangers. However, they didn't have a sect to rely on, so finding a medical cultivator who was also a rogue cultivator was undoubtedly their only choice. In this way, Hua Xi had a business to do. This was perhaps the biggest benefit of becoming a medical cultivator. They often didn't need to fight to get enough cultivation resources. Under the moonlight, Hua Xi strolled to a spot not far from Lu Yi. She turned back and told Kong Nyo to rest first before Kong Nyo left. In a small group like the Wandering Society, Hua Xi was undoubtedly respected and loved by everyone. Her orders were obeyed by everyone. Ruan Lingyu had told Lu Yi that everyone was saved by Sister Hua Xi. It wasn't an exaggeration but a fact. Basically, everyone in this small group had been treated by Hua Xi. It was she who had single-handedly pulled them back from the brink of death. These people were all indebted to Hua Xi for saving their lives. After being saved, they were either impressed by her personal charm or chose to stay here for other reasons. Lu Yi put away his saber. Heat waves were rolling all over his body. Although blood was flowing out of his wounds, he felt very comfortable after moving his muscles and bones. Moreover, he didn't know if it was because he had experienced death at close range, but he felt that his saber skills seemed to have improved. However, he had to find someone to slash to confirm this. "Hey, I thought I could earn more pills. How did you recover so quickly?" A soft murmur came from Hua Xi's side. Lu Yi couldn't help but twitch the corner of his eyes. "What did you say?" After a few days of contact, they were no longer as distant as before. Lu Yi gradually discovered the true colors of this beauty. This woman was a complete money grubber. After treating her wounds every day, she would ask Lu Yi for pills as if she was afraid that Lu Yi would go back on his word. Yesterday, she even promoted a more bitter medicine to Lu Yi. After drinking it, Lu Yi felt his face turn green. Moreover, the bitterness couldn't be suppressed no matter how hard he tried. In the end, she prepared another medicine for Lu Yi, claiming that it could relieve the pain. After drinking 2 large bowls of medicine, she asked for 4 pills. At that time, Lu Yi wondered if this woman was lying to him. However, judging from the recovery of his injuries today, she didn't lie to him. The medicine he drank yesterday was more effective than before. Hua Xi revealed her unique intoxicating smile. Her voice was still as soft as water and refreshing as ever. She lied through her teeth. "I said your body recovered really quickly." Lu Yi tapped his ears with his finger, indicating that he wasn't deaf yet. Hua Xi acted as if she didn't see him. She put her hands in front of her lower abdomen and said in a dignified and elegant manner, "In that case, we'll start the official treatment tonight." Official treatment? Lu Yi was stunned. Then before was the preparation stage. "Do you think your injuries will be healed so easily?" Hua Xi's face was serious. "A doctor has the heart of a parent. Don't worry, I'll treat you well. I guarantee that you won't be left with any hidden injuries." Lu Yi was confused. The only thought in his mind was, "Is this woman trying to trick me again? Go take a bath first. I'll get ready and come find you right away." Chapter 97. In the room, Lu Yi sat on the bed bare-chested. Hua Xi sat across from him and stroked his chest with her soft, jade-like hand. "Your injury healed much faster than I expected. Why? Do you want to walk the path of body cultivation?" Lu Yi was puzzled. "Why do you say that? Your qi and blood are much more abundant than cultivators of the same level, so your injury healed faster. Don't cultivators need to walk the path of body cultivation when they temper their qi and blood in the early stage?" No. Lu Yi shook his head. He had no interest in becoming a body cultivator. If there were no accidents, he would become a weapon cultivator in the future. It felt good to cut people with a saber. As for why Hua Ci said his qi and blood were more abundant than cultivators of the same level, Lu Yi vaguely guessed it had something to do with the fact that he ate a lot every day. Ever since he enlightened his acupores and started cultivating, his appetite had grown tremendously. Especially after he mastered the gluttonous meal, he ate even more. The more he ate, the more abundant his qi and blood were. However, he had been refining essence into qi, so there were not many changes in his body shape. If he only had abundant qi and blood, his body would have become more and more burly. It's best if you don't. There's nothing good about being a meat barbarian. In the words of the cultivation world, those people enjoy the best resources and suffer the most vicious beatings. Hua Ci laughed. Besides, your body shape is not suitable to be a body cultivator. Meat barbarian? That's what they call body cultivators. Interesting. Lu Yi smiled knowingly. Then what do others call medical cultivators? Hua Ci pondered for a moment. Do they usually cry for their parents? Lu Yi frowned. What kind of logic is that? A doctor has the heart of a parent. Haha. Hua Ci laughed beautifully. Lu Ye's face darkened. The image of a gentle and intellectual woman in his heart suddenly collapsed. He finally realized that Hua Ci's external appearance was just a facade. Only when he got familiar with her would he discover her true character. You've been touching my chest since just now. Are you trying to heal me? Lu Yi couldn't help but ask. Although the feeling of being touched was not bad, he couldn't keep doing this. After all, he was a young and vigorous man. No. Hua Ci retracted her hand. I was talking to you and forgot. She sat in front of Lu Yi and looked at him with a serious expression. It's starting now. There might be some discomfort later, so bear with it and don't make any strange sounds. The soundproofing here isn't very good, so it's easy to cause misunderstandings. Lu Yi simply didn't know how to respond to her words, nor did she have the time to respond. After Hua Ci finished speaking, she suddenly pointed a finger at Lu Ye's chest, spiritual energy surging from her fingertips. Lu Yi let out a muffled groan. Not only did he feel pain where he was hit, but there was also an indescribable feeling that made him almost want to cry out. The corners of Hua Ci's mouth curled up into a smile as she pointed again and again. Lu Ye's face began to twitch as he kept groaning. When cultivators fight with others, they will often get injured. Although there are different ways to treat them, they will often leave behind some hidden dangers. These injuries aren't usually obvious, but they're hidden deep in the body's internal organs. Although there isn't any fatal danger, if they accumulate too much, they can affect the body or the spiritual cavities, hindering future cultivation. Ordinary sword wounds are relatively easy to treat, but injuries caused by magic cultivators can't be removed with medicinal pills. You were injured by a fire element technique, so there's fire poison left in your body. Once this fire poison enters your spiritual cavities, it will be difficult for you to open them in the future. So if conditions permit, I suggest that you find a medical cultivator every once in a while to treat your body. This way you can ensure that there are no hidden dangers. At this moment, Lu Yi was clenching his teeth. No matter what Hua Ci said, he couldn't respond. He was afraid that if he opened his mouth, he would really make some strange sound. He seriously suspected that this woman was doing it on purpose. Otherwise, she would have just told him this before. Why would she choose to do it now? After a while, Hua Ci changed from tapping to patting. Her two small hands continuously patted Lu Ye's chest, and as she patted, pure wood spiritual energy was patted into Lu Ye's chest. After the most difficult time passed, Lu Yi slowly relaxed. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Hua Ci stopped. Lu Yi lowered his head and saw that his chest was badly mutilated. The wound on his chest was a burn, so it didn't heal that quickly. After being patted by Hua Ci, the originally scabbed area split open, and blood flowed out. It looked even more serious. But Lu Yi knew that this wasn't the case. The serious injury was only on the surface. Along with the blood flowing out, there was something else. It should be the fire poison that Hua Ci mentioned. He took a deep breath and felt that his breathing had become a lot easier. His whole body even felt like it was transparent. Hua Ci once again came forward and applied the dark green medicine on Lu Ye's chest, urging her spiritual energy to help Lu Yi heal his external wounds. After finishing this, she wrapped up his chest. Next, she treated his 2 arms. She used the same treatment method and the same process. Finally, it was the cut on his back. When everything was done, Hua Ci was already drenched in sweat. She raised her hand to wipe the sweat on her forehead, and stood beside Lu Ye's bed with a faint expression. What a pity! I'm afraid it won't take more than 10 days to heal. Hey! Lu Yi looked up at her. Hua Ci covered her mouth and laughed. Oh no, why did I say what I was thinking? Then she said, but don't worry, you're my biggest guest. I'll definitely treat you well. She stretched out her hand. 10 spiritual pills. Lu Yi didn't say anything and took out 10 spiritual pills for her. Although today's treatment fee was double of the previous one, as the saying goes, you get what you pay for. He could feel that Hua Ci's method was indeed very helpful to his recovery. According to his original estimation, he would not be able to recover from his injuries without a month of rest. But now, it probably wouldn't take more than 10 days. Moreover, Hua Ci really did put in a lot of effort today. At this moment, she was drenched in sweat and her face was a little pale. It was obvious that she had consumed a lot of energy. Straightforward, as expected of a rich family. You can do whatever you want. How enviable! Hua Ci teased. Lu Yi was stunned for a moment before he realized that this girl was saying that he was rich and willful. If you don't want it, then give it back to me. Lu Yi raised his hand to grab her. Hua Ci twisted her body and nimbly dodged. She chuckled and said, have a good rest. Then she walked away. Close the door. Lu Yi yelled at her back as she left. There was no response. Lu Yi got off the bed in a huff and closed the door before walking back to his room. He secretly decided to leave this damned place as soon as he recovered. Otherwise, he would die of anger sooner or later. Chapter 98. Recuperating and cultivating. The days passed peacefully. Consuming spirit pills one by one and with the help of the spirit gathering runes, Lu Ye's speed of opening his apertures was much faster than expected. If he went all out, it would take less than 2 days to open one aperture. This efficiency was very terrifying. The gluttonous meal, a supplementary cultivation method, was of great help to Lu Yi. Hua Ci came every night as promised. Under her care, Lu Ye's injuries recovered rapidly. Occasionally they would chat. From her, Lu Yi unexpectedly learned a very interesting piece of information. The Jiuxing sect's base 200 miles away had been conquered by the Xian sect. Communication between cultivators was very convenient because of the battlefield imprint. As long as they added each other as friends, as long as they were in the same space, they could easily communicate. The reason why this piece of news caused such a commotion was because the Jiuxing sect's grade was clearly higher. Conquering a sect's base was not a simple matter. Every sect's base was protected by a large array. Without breaking the array, it was impossible to conquer it. Even if one broke the array, they might not be able to get what they wanted. The cultivators guarding the base were not just for show. In the outer circle of the battlefield, it was rare for a sect's base to be conquered. This was because the sects in the outer circle were not of a high grade and the cultivators' cultivation were relatively weak. Asking a group of low-grade cultivators to break the array in the base was obviously too much. It was said that the Xian sect's success this time was mainly because they used an extremely powerful spirit talisman that specialized in breaking arrays. Because of this, the Jiuxing sect suffered a huge loss. Many disciples were killed and the good things in the base were swept clean. After the Xian sect left, they burned the entire Jiuxing sect's base to the ground. When he heard this news, Lu Yi was not surprised. Since the Xian sect dared to make a move, they must have some confidence. Lu Yi rejoiced in Dong Shai's misfortune. His injuries were all caused by Dong Shai. Now that the Jiuxing sect's encampment was occupied, he could finally vent his anger, even though he did not participate. However, from Hua Xi's words, conquering the base was not what he had expected. He thought that after the Xian sect had taken over the Jiuxing sect's territory, the territory would be theirs. However, that was not the case. The Xian sect had only killed many of the Jiuxing sect's disciples and looted some resources. Then, they set the place on fire and left. It was similar to how Haotian Alliance had dealt with the evil Moon Valley back then. Back then, the Grand Sky Alliance had occupied the evil Moon Valley. They didn't linger around the evil Moon Valley for long and quickly retreated. That was because the evil Moon Valley was part of the myriad Devil Ridge's territory. If they stayed there for too long, they would definitely be surrounded and annihilated by the myriad Devil Ridge. This was the same on the battlefield. The Jiuxing sect would definitely have allies to help them. If the Celestial Sect of Wonders continued to stay in the encampment of the Jiuxing Sect of Wonders, they would only be attacked. Rather than that, they might as well take advantage of the situation and run. Hua Xi said that the Celestial Sect of Wonders had successfully taken over the Jiuxing sect's encampment and had reaped great benefit. It was not as simple as just seizing some resources. There seemed to be other important benefits as well. This was because she said that in the next ranking assessment, the Celestial Sect of Wonders would definitely be promoted to the 8th rank. On the other hand, the Jiuxing sect would definitely fall to the 9th rank. It was impossible for the Celestial Sect of Wonders to be promoted by 1 rank just by seizing some cultivation resources. Lu Yi could not ask about this matter, so he just listened. Hua Xi seemed to have always thought that he was a disciple of a great sect. He did not know how this misunderstanding came about. Was it because she saw him being generous? As a disciple of a great sect, it was impossible for her to not know this common knowledge. Tassel Square was a nearby market. It was no different from the other markets that Lu Yi had visited before. The scattered buildings contained the styles of various places in the 9 provinces. The largest building was the subdivision of the Heavenly Secret Business Alliance. Lu Yi could be considered a regular customer of the Heavenly Secret Business Alliance. Today, he had followed Hua Xi and the others to this market and came here directly. There was no other reason. He did not have many spirit pills left. In the past half-month, he had paid more than 100 spirit pills to Hua Xi alone, allowing this black-hearted woman to make a fortune. Coupled with his own daily needs for cultivation, he had used up more than half of the original 300 spirit pills. Now that he had opened 35 apertures, the remaining spirit pills were definitely not enough for him to cultivate to the 4th order spirit stream realm. Of course, he could also use the effects of the spirit-gathering spirit runes to slowly improve himself, but for him, the benefits of the spirit-gathering spirit runes were only incidental. His cultivation was still mainly based on swallowing spirit pills. After getting used to eating delicacies, how could he be in the mood to eat corn? The internal structure of the Heavenly Secret Business Alliance was almost the same. Under the guidance of a maid, Lu Yi entered a compartment and waited. As usual, he drank a few pots of spirit tea. This time, the one who came to make a deal with him was a male cultivator who looked to be about 30 years old. Lu Yi sold 4 magnetic ores this time, so he only had 6 magnetic ores left in his possession. He also dealt with the storage bags of the 9 Stars sect's young sect master and his companions. He had been carrying these 4 storage bags for some time now. 3 of them did not require much attention as there was probably nothing good inside. Lu Yi packed them up and sold them to the Heavenly Secret Business Alliance for 15 spirit stones. He had sold storage bags before, but they weren't worth much because there was a risk in opening them. Low-level cultivators didn't have anything good to begin with, so the merchant union usually bought them for 5 spirit stones each. Of course, he could also choose to ask the merchant union to open the restriction lock. What he could get from the storage bag all depended on his luck and luck. If he was lucky, he could make a fortune. If he was unlucky, he could lose everything. As for the storage bag of the 9 stars young sect master, Lu Yi could not sell it for a low price. This guy must have some good stuff. He put forward his request, and the Heavenly Secret Business Alliance naturally agreed. They did not care where the storage bag came from. They only cared about getting paid to do things. In the entire Spirit Stream battlefield, the Heavenly Secret Business Alliance was a very special existence. It did not belong to any faction. The steward of the Heavenly Secret Business Alliance invited Lu Yi to a secret room. After meeting with an old cultivator, he left. This old cultivator specialized in opening seals for people. His lockpicking skills were superb. This kind of person had a special name in the cultivation world. Lockpicking Master. Lu Yi took out the storage bag of the 9 stars young sect master. The old cultivator picked it up and sensed it for a moment before giving a price. Lu Yi paid without hesitation and then waited quietly. After an hour, a light flashed in the old cultivator's hand and he handed the storage bag to Lu Yi. "It's done." Lu Yi took it and did not check it. He took out the small bell-like spirit tool and said, "Old mister, please help me open the seal on this item." Chapter 99. The previous battle with Dong Shai made him feel powerless. Faced with the suppression of a high-level cultivator, it was difficult for a low-level cultivator to survive. But at that time, if he had a defensive spirit artifact, he might not have been so miserable. Defensive spirit runes were good, but they consumed too much spiritual power. This small bell spiritual artifact was undoubtedly a good defensive spiritual artifact, so Lu Yi wanted to take it for himself. However, after he obtained this small bell, he tried to activate its power. Unfortunately, it was very difficult for this thing to accept external spiritual energy. When Lu Yi tried to inject his spiritual energy into it, it was obviously rejected by some kind of force. It felt like opening a storage bag that did not belong to him. So Lu Yi guessed that this thing also had a restriction lock. He did not dare to continue blindly trying because when he was at Mount Qinyun, he had tried to open a storage bag and triggered the restriction inside, causing the storage bag to be completely destroyed. It was not a pity that a low-level cultivator's storage bag was destroyed, but it would be a great loss if this small bell spirit artifact was destroyed. The old cultivator looked at Lu Yi with a strange expression and reached out to take the small bell spirit artifact. After checking it for a while, he handed it back. Lu Yi looked at him in puzzlement. The old cultivator picked up the teapot beside him and took a sip, then said slowly, "Little friend, you're a loose cultivator, right?" How could he tell? Following his words, he answered, "Yes." The old cultivator nodded. "It's not easy to be a loose cultivator. Well, since you're quite straightforward, this old man will teach you a good thing." He pointed to the small bell spirit artifact in Lu Ye's hand. Spirit artifacts are different from storage bags. Every restriction in a spirit artifact is extremely important, which is related to the quality of the spirit artifact. So, under normal circumstances, a spirit artifact will not have a self-destructing restriction, because that will reduce the power of the spirit artifact itself, especially when the quality of the spirit artifact is not high. Although this spirit artifact of yours is not a middle-grade spirit artifact, it is still a top low-grade spirit artifact. The restrictions in it are basically defensive in nature. So, you should understand. Lu Yi carefully pondered over his words and vaguely understood what he meant. "Mister, do you mean that this spiritual artifact doesn't have a restriction lock?" The old cultivator chuckled. "The so-called restriction lock is just a name. The restriction itself is a kind of invisible lock. It's just that some restrictions, if not cleverly unlocked, will lead to some unpredictable consequences, such as breaking, self-immolation, and so on. However, most restrictions don't have such characteristics. For example, the spiritual artifact in your hand. You only need to slowly immerse your spiritual energy into the restrictions and warm them, and you'll naturally be able to control it as you wish. The reason why you can't use it now is because there are traces left behind by its previous owner. Lu Yi was stunned. Only now did he realize that he had made a mistake. After he had obtained this small bell spirit tool, he had only tried it a little before giving up, mainly because he was afraid of repeating the same mistake. But now, it seemed that he had given up too early. This spirit artifact originally belonged to the 9 Stars sect's young sect master. After being nourished by the young sect master's own spirit chi, the various seals and restrictions within it were left behind by him. Naturally, Lu Yi would not be able to activate it. But if he could erase those traces and nourish it with his own spirit chi, he would be able to make it his own. If the seals inside the spiritual artifact were a lock, then the cultivator's spirit chi would be the key. The 9 Stars sect's young sect master had died and lost the key, so Lu Yi could use his own spirit chi to create a new key for this spiritual artifact. Suddenly, everything became clear. "Many thanks, sir." Lu Yi stood up and thanked him. The old cultivator just waved his hand and picked up his tea again to slowly drink it. Walking out of the Heavenly Secret Commerce Union, Lu Yi took the young sect master's storage bag and rummaged through it. He found more than 30 yun spirit pills, more than 20 spirit stones, and a few bottles of pills that Lu Yi couldn't recognize. There were also some random things, such as women's clothes. Those clothes were extremely thin and made of very little material. Lu Yi could only sigh. This young sect master really knew how to have fun. He didn't get much, but it wasn't a loss either. Now, he had more than 350 yun spirit pills. Unfortunately, he only had 6 magnetic ores left. Lu Yi couldn't help but feel a little melancholy. He originally thought that he had enough magnetic ores to cultivate to the 9th order spirit stream realm, but now it seemed that he had thought too much. After walking through a few messy streets, he came to a corner of the market. Screams immediately reached his ears. Lu Yi looked over and saw a simple tent with a few beds. On one of the beds, the burly Kong Nyo was holding down a struggling male cultivator. Hua Si wore a headscarf on her head. Her hands were slapping the male cultivator's abdomen at a dazzling speed. With every slap, the man screamed. Occasionally, an arrow of blood would fly out from the wound on his abdomen. The blood wasn't the normal dark red, but a little black. It seemed that this guy was poisoned. This was Hua Si's designated treatment place in Tassel Square. Many cultivators from the Hautian Alliance who were seriously injured would come to her for treatment. It was obvious that business was good today because there were a few injured people lying on the bed waiting for treatment. They all looked miserable, and no one knew what they had encountered. Every time the male cultivator who was being treated screamed, he would shout, "Mother." Hua Si's medical skills were undoubtedly superb, but it was undeniable that this woman's treatment methods were a little rough. Lu Yi once again confirmed that she was the kind of woman who spoke the most gentle words but used the most vicious methods. Listening to the male cultivator's screams, Lu Yi couldn't help but recall Hua Si's joke about medical cultivators. It seemed that she wasn't joking. Someone was really calling her mother. "I told you not to move, don't move." Kong Nyo pressed down hard on the man to prevent him from breaking free. The male cultivator cried until his tears and snot flowed together. He shouted, "Kill me, kill me!" His screams were hair-raising. If someone who didn't know what was going on heard, they would think that this was some kind of inhumane torture. After a while, Hua Si stopped. She saw Lu Yi, who was standing aside and watching the scene. She said bluntly, "You over there, come and help me." Lu Yi pointed a finger at himself. "Yes, you." Hua Si wiped the blood on her hand with a cotton cloth. Lu Yi stepped forward helplessly. Hua Si held up a bowl of green medicine and gestured to the side. "Feed him." Lu Yi took the medicine, and many unpleasant memories immediately surfaced in her heart. She smiled and walked toward the cultivator who was being treated step by step. Kong Nyo was still pressing down on the male cultivator. When the male cultivator saw Lu Yi walking toward him, he didn't know why, but he suddenly had a very bad feeling. He struggled even more violently. "Let me go, let me go!" Lu Yi stepped forward and stood in front of the man. She smiled innocently. "Brother, it's time to drink the medicine." "I don't want it." The sense of crisis in the male cultivator's heart grew stronger. He shook his head left and right. Lu Yi gave Kong Nyo a look. Kong Nyo immediately pinched the man's mouth. Lu Yi picked up the big bowl and poured the medicine into the man's mouth. I want. Chapter 100. What a happy and fulfilling day. Inside the carriage, Lu Yi played with the small bell spirit artifact in his hand and sighed. Tassel Square was about 30 kilometers away from Ing Mountain, where the scattered wandering society was located, so they used carriages to travel back and forth to save time and spirit energy. When cultivators were weak, they couldn't fly. Even a seventh-order cultivator like Dong Shu Yi could only glide in the air for a short time. Therefore, when low-level cultivators hurried on their journey, they would usually ride horses or rely on tools like carriages. Of course, if they had the ability, they could also tame demonic beasts. Compared to riding a horse, riding a demonic beast was undoubtedly more impressive. It was also more in line with the cultivator's identity. A tamed demonic beast could also accompany the cultivator in battle. It was undoubtedly much more useful than a horse. There was no lack of wild monster beasts or wild beasts in the Spirit Stream battlefield. When Lu Yi first arrived, he encountered a pack of wolves. Hupo was also a wild beast in the Spirit Stream battlefield, so he naturally had a horse. Today, Lu Yi had helped Hua Ci for a whole day. It could be said that she had seen how Hua Ci treated people. Her method of treatment could be said to be extremely rough, but it was undeniable that the effect was extremely good. This was also the reason why so many cultivators came to her when they were injured. Lu Yi originally thought that this woman was a black-hearted money grubber, but what he saw today somewhat subverted his understanding. Hua Ci's price for treating the cultivators was indeed not low, but for those who were too poor to pay, she would give them some time, as long as they paid the rest within the agreed time. This kind of verbal agreement naturally had no effect. Scattered wandering cultivators lived a precarious life, and they could lose their lives one day. It could even be said that some scattered cultivators would not really fulfill the agreement. Therefore, although he was busy today, the harvest did not exceed 20 spirit stones. If the cost of the herbs and Hua Ci's own efforts were included, the profit was not much. In the end, Hua Ci gave Lu Yi 2 spirit stones, saying that it was a reward for his help today. What a contradictory woman! Lu Yi tilted his head and saw that Hua Ci had fallen asleep and her body was tilted over. Lu Yi maintained his original position and remained motionless, gently urging his spirit energy to nourish the small bell spirit artifact in his hand. That night, after Lu Yi finished his saber practice, he took a bath and sat cross-legged on his bed. Just as he was about to cultivate, he suddenly thought of something and walked out. Arriving at the neighboring bamboo house, Lu Yi knocked on the door. A moment later, Hua Ci opened the door. The woman had probably just taken a shower. The room was steaming hot and her hair was still a little damp. Seeing that it was Lu Yi, Hua Ci asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "I have a few bottles of spirit pills that I don't recognize. I need you to appraise them," Lu Yi said. From the storage bag of the 9 Stars Sect's young master, not only did he obtain Yun spirit pills and spirit stones, there were also a few bottles of spirit pills that he had never seen before. Hua Ci was a medical cultivator, so she should be well versed in the Tao of medicine. Upon hearing Lu Ye's words, she stepped aside and said, "Come in." Lu Yi walked in and looked around. The furnishings in this room were similar to his. Everything was very simple. It seemed that Hua Ci was not a very particular person. What kind of pill? Hua Si casually tied up her long hair and extended her hand to let Lu Yi take a seat. Lu Yi took out the bottles of pills. Hua Si picked up a bottle, opened it, and poured out a pill from it. First, she observed it carefully, then put it on the tip of her nose and sniffed it. Frowning, she said, "This is a 5-poison pill. If taken by someone below the 5th-order spirit stream realm, the worst-case scenario would be death." She put down the pill with a look of disgust and picked up another bottle. A moment later, she said, "This is an aperture-burning pill, a poisonous pill that specifically targets the spirit aperture. It is extremely vicious. If taken by mistake by someone in the spirit stream realm, their spirit aperture will definitely be damaged." Bottle after bottle, it was either a poisonous pill or some kind of dishonest pill. Lu Yi despised it in his heart. That 9-star sex young master was really not a good thing. Hua Si picked up the last bottle and couldn't help but look at Lu Yi. "Where did you get these things?" "Spoils of war," Lu Yi replied. Hua Si understood. The last pill was a strange pink, and after taking it out, it emitted a sweet fragrance. Hua Si couldn't help but be startled. "This is—" She didn't seem to be sure, so she put the pill under the tip of her nose and sniffed it. Asterisk ding dong. Asterisk the pill in her hand suddenly fell. Hua Si reached out and touched her forehead, her body swaying a few times. She quickly put her elbow on the table. Lu Yi was stunned. "What's wrong? You drugged me?" Hua Si stared at Lu Yi, her face reddening at a speed visible to the naked eye. Her pair of beautiful eyes became misty and misty. Although she was reprimanding him, her gentle tone combined with her current demeanor had a different kind of seduction. Lu Yi was startled, faintly realizing the effect of the last pill. He quickly waved his hand. Don't talk nonsense." He just wanted to find Hua Si to identify these bottles of unknown pills. Who would have thought that the 9-star sex young master would have such a tyrannical pill? Hua Si's head had already fallen onto the table, and there was no more movement. Lu Yi quickly went forward to check on her condition and found that she had just fainted. Looking at Hua Si lying on the table, Lu Yi felt a headache. Although this was an unintentional mistake, he absolutely couldn't let this matter be exposed. Otherwise, those guys from the scattered society would definitely cut him into countless pieces. Thinking about it, he walked forward, picked up Hua Si by the waist, and put her on the bed. He tucked her in before opening the door and leaving with a guilty conscience. But soon, he returned and took the bottles of pills from the table. Closing the door again, Lu Yi hurried back to his residence. Hearing the rapid footsteps, Hua Si, who was lying on the bed, suddenly opened her eyes and covered her mouth with the quilt, laughing silently. Although the pink pill wasn't anything good, she was still a 5th-order medical cultivator. How could she be so easily drugged? She had only done it on the spur of the moment to tease Lu Yi. However, Lu Ye's response surprised her. This guy's character was surprisingly strong. Unfortunately, if he was a rogue cultivator, it would be possible to accept him into the scattered society, but he obviously came from a big sect and was destined to be different from rogue cultivators. At dawn, Ruan Lingyu came to knock on the door in a panic. Hua Si opened the door and Ruan Lingyu handed over a jade bottle. "I don't know when senior brother Yi left. He took a horse with him and left this." Hua Si took the jade bottle and opened it. It was 10 spirit accumulation pills, which were probably the cost of buying the horse. She nodded. "Let him leave." Although they got along well these days, they were not on the same side. Sooner or later, they would have to part ways. In fact, she had already seen Lu Ye's intention yesterday. His injuries were no longer serious, so there was no reason for him to continue to stay in the scattered society. So, Hua Si wasn't surprised by this result. Ruan Lingyu was a little disappointed. There weren't many people in the scattered society because Hua Si had very strict requirements for accepting members. She wouldn't accept just anyone. She thought that Lu Yi would have a chance to join the scattered society and strengthen it, but now he left without saying a word. This made her listless all day. Chapter 101. The horse galloped. Lu Ye's figure was like a pillar, sitting steadily on the horse's back. He had never ridden a horse before, but he had ridden a tiger before. Hu Po's run was much more bumpy than this, so the current situation did not affect him at all. After half a month of recuperation, his injuries were almost completely healed. Lu Yi had planned to say goodbye to Hua Xiai today, but after the blunder last night, he didn't know how to explain it to the sober Hua Xiai, so he simply left. He wanted to find Yi and Hu Po. Half a month ago, when he was chased by Dong Shai, Hu Po played a big part in his escape. If it hadn't carried Lu Yi all the way, Lu Yi wouldn't have had the chance to cross the flat plains. When they separated, Hu Po was already injured. Lu Yi didn't know how serious its injuries were, and he didn't even know whether it was alive or dead, but no matter what, he had to confirm it himself. Following the river upstream, Lu Yi sat on the horse's back and refined spirit pills while circulating his spirit energy to nourish the small bell spirit tool. A day later, he looked at the rushing waterfall and dismounted, patting the horse with his scabbard. The horse was startled and quickly ran away, disappearing without a trace. After entering the mountain, the horse was useless, so he could only let it go. At the bottom of the waterfall was a huge pool of water. The water rumbled as it fell into the pool. Lu Yi had jumped down from the top of the waterfall and fell into the pool. If he wanted to find Hu Po, he had to return to the top of the waterfall. Just as he was looking around, he suddenly heard a splash. When he turned his head to look, he saw a person emerge from the pool. That person also saw Lu Yi and immediately showed a vigilant expression. In the spirit stream battlefield, most cultivators who didn't know each other would react in this way. This was because no one knew which side the other belonged to. Under the premise that both sides were equal in strength, they wouldn't easily reveal which side they belonged to. Looking at that person, Lu Yi remembered that when he jumped into the pool, there was another person under the water who seemed to be collecting something. However, that person was unlucky and was cut into several pieces by Dong Shai's golden lightning slash, allowing Lu Yi to escape. Coming here today, he saw another person. From the looks of it, there was indeed something useful for cultivators under the water, otherwise, there was no reason for so many people to come here. The man slowly came ashore, staring at Lu Yi. The other party was just a third-order cultivator, so Lu Yi didn't care much about him. He then looked at the top of the waterfall and said, "Fellow Taoist, if I want to go up, which way should I go?" On both sides of the waterfall were steep cliffs, and there didn't seem to be anywhere to climb. The man stared deeply at Lu Yi for a while before pointing in a direction. 10 miles away, there's a place up the mountain. Lu Yi nodded, "Many thanks." Then he walked in the direction the man pointed. As they brushed past each other, the man's expression was tense. It wasn't until Lu Ye's figure disappeared from his sight that he slowly relaxed. Half a day later, Lu Yi returned to the top of the waterfall. He went back in the direction he came from and investigated along the way. Dong Shu Ye's 7th-order dermic technique was extremely powerful, so there were still traces of him being hunted down along the way. After a short while, Lu Yi squatted in front of a crater. This crater had been created by a large fireball, and the surrounding trees had been burned to ashes. Back then, he had parted ways with Hu Po here. Recalling the scene at that time, he slowly walked to a spot a few dozen meters away. He didn't see any bones, which made Lu Yi feel relieved. It seemed that Hu Po wasn't dead. There was a large patch of dried blood on the ground, which extended in one direction, and that direction actually led to the location of the waterfall. Lu Ye's heart was heavy, as if he had seen the scene at that time. At that time, he had been sent flying off the tiger's back by Dong Shu Ye's dermic technique, and Hu Po had also fainted. He didn't have time to check Hu Po's injuries before fleeing. In his opinion, Dong Shuyi had specifically come to find him. If he continued to stay with Hu Po, he would die. If they separated, Hu Po would still have a chance to survive. But after Hu Po woke up, he actually followed the traces on the road and chased after him. Obviously, he wanted to find him. Following the faint traces of blood on the ground, he really came to the waterfall. There was a large pool of black blood on the ground. Hu Po had obviously stayed here for a while. Although he had caught a glimpse of the blood here when he came over, he didn't pay much attention to it because he thought it was his own blood. Only now did he know that it was Hu Po's blood. Lu Yi continued to follow the traces of blood. He didn't have any experience in this area. Fortunately, he was now a cultivator, so whether it was his eyesight or insight, he was much stronger than mortals. That was why he could barely continue. In the evening, Lu Yi followed the intermittent clues and came to the front of a cave. The last traces of blood had disappeared here. With a nervous heart, he softly called out to the cave, Hu Po! Roar! There was a beast's roar and a pungent wind blew in his face. A black panther scuttled out of the cave. Lu Yi unsheathed his long saber, and with a flash of the saber, the black panther's head flew up. Its muscular body fell to the ground, and fresh blood flowed everywhere. Lu Ye's expression was ugly. He had clearly followed the clues here, but there was no trace of Hu Po or Yi. Instead, a black panther had appeared. This gave him a bad feeling. If Hu Po didn't come here on his own, then he might have been dragged here by some other ferocious beast. He put away his long saber and stepped into the cave. Gathering spiritual power in his eyes, he saw a pile of bones at the bottom of the cave. This made his already bad feeling even worse. He walked forward with heavy steps and squatted in front of the bones to carefully examine them. A moment later, Lu Yi sighed in relief. These weren't Hu Po's bones. Hu Po's skull was a bit bigger. At this moment, it was getting late, so it was already impossible to continue investigating. Lu Yi could only rest here for the night. What he could be sure of now was that Hu Po hadn't died at that time and had come to this cave. The bloodstains along the way were the best proof. However, it should have left soon. As for where it went, he could only wait until tomorrow to carefully investigate. After nightfall, Lu Yi ate and drank to his heart's content and continued cultivating. He had already opened 36 spiritual apertures. Running around during the day, he didn't have the energy to break through the barrier of the 37th aperture, so he could only wait until nightfall. Now, it was much easier for him to open the apertures than when he had just started cultivating. This was because he had enough spiritual power in his body to squander. Moreover, his spiritual power was very pure, which was a natural advantage for opening the apertures. It could increase the efficiency of opening the apertures. In just the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, the barrier of the 37th aperture shattered, and spiritual power flowed into it. The next step was simple. He only needed to continuously refine spiritual pills and supplement them with spirit-gathering spirit runes to fill this spiritual aperture with spiritual power. Then, he could continue to open the next spiritual aperture. When the gluttonous meal was activated, it could automatically refine and absorb the energy of the pills. Similarly, the spirit-gathering spirit runes didn't require him to be distracted. Therefore, Lu Yi took out the small bell spirit tool and constantly urged his spiritual power to nourish it. Chapter 102. The old cultivator from the Tianji Merchant Union had said that this small bell spirit tool was one of the best low-grade spirit tools, so its quality was extraordinary. Lu Yi didn't know how spirit tools were classified, but after comparing them, he found that there was more than one restriction in this small bell spirit tool. The long saber in his hand could barely be considered a spirit tool, but it only had one restriction. That restriction seemed to be able to strengthen the saber so that it wouldn't break when fighting with enemies. The restriction on the long saber was actually a spirit pattern. When the saber was being forged, the spirit pattern was branded on the saber's body by a mysterious method. When Lu Yi fought with enemies, he only needed to channel his spirit power into the saber to make this spirit pattern work, so he didn't need to spend any effort to construct it. This principle was a bit similar to how he used the sharpness spirit pattern to enhance the saber. The difference was that the sharpness spirit pattern was only a temporary enhancement, while the spirit pattern that strengthened the saber was always there and could be activated by consuming Lu Ye's spirit power. There was more than one spirit pattern in the small bell spirit tool, and Lu Yi could feel it when he immersed his spirit power into it. The spirit patterns were combined together by a mysterious method to form the so-called restriction. According to Lu Ye's understanding, spiritual tattoos were the foundation of the formation of restrictions. Each spiritual tattoo could be regarded as a restriction, but there seemed to be some magical combination between different spiritual tattoos, thus exerting a tighter effect. He hadn't been in contact with cultivation for long, and the spirit patterns he obtained were all from the talent tree, so he didn't have a comprehensive understanding of these things and didn't know if his understanding was correct. He could only slowly study these things in the future. In any case, he only needed to slowly channel his spirit power into the small bell's restriction, nourish it, and erase the traces left behind by the previous owner. When the time came, this spirit tool could be used by him. During the day, he searched for traces of Hu Po and Yi, and at night, he cultivated seriously. In a flash, 7 or 8 days had passed, but Lu Yi still didn't find any clues. In his opinion, Hu Po must have chased to the waterfall under Yi's orders. Since that was the case, they must have known that he had jumped. If they still wanted to find him, they would have to follow the direction of the river. However, Hu Po was seriously injured, so it was very likely that he would first hide somewhere to recover from his injuries. However, in the past few days, Lu Yi had searched the area within 100 miles of this place, but he didn't find any valuable clues. For a moment, he didn't know where to look. Another 2 days passed, but there was still nothing. Lu Yi felt melancholy. Although he had not traveled with Yi and Hu Po for very long, they still got along very well. In particular, riding Hu Po had saved him a lot of energy. He could even cultivate as he traveled, which was of great help to him. When he was being chased by Dong Shai, if it wasn't for Hu Po, he would have been caught. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Hu Po had saved his life. Therefore, no matter what, he wanted to find his 2 companions. Since they had started this journey together, they should end it together. Lu Yi didn't want to abandon a companion whom he could entrust his life to. Under the night sky, Lu Yi hacked and hacked with his saber, sweating profusely. At the same time, he was thinking about which direction to search for the next day. He had 10 maps in his hands, so he knew exactly where he had searched and where he had not. Just as he was planning, a bestial roar came from the depths of the forest. Lu Yi stopped swinging his saber and listened carefully. After a while, another beast roar was heard. That sound was so familiar. It was Hu Po. Lu Yi hurriedly put away his saber and rushed in the direction of the sound, startling countless birds along the way. The tiger roars became more and more frequent. Hu Po seemed to be fighting with some kind of enemy. As he got closer, Lu Yi could vaguely feel fluctuations of spiritual power coming from that direction. The one fighting with Hu Po was a cultivator. Lu Ye's heart sank. He couldn't understand what was going on. Hu Po's strength wasn't very high, but with Yi's help, low-level cultivators didn't dare to provoke it. Previously, on Azure Cloud Mountain, Lu Yi had seen with his own eyes how Yi and Hu Po cooperated to intimidate low-level cultivators. To low-level cultivators, a demonic beast that could only speak human language wasn't something they could provoke. However, there was actually a cultivator attacking Hu Po right now. Could it be that the other party's cultivation was very high? Thinking of this, Lu Yi became increasingly anxious. If it weren't for the fact that he no longer had any Wind Walk Spirit talismans, he would have immediately taken one out and slapped it on his leg. Halfway there, the tiger roars suddenly stopped. There was also no movement at the location of the battle. This made Lu Yi extremely anxious. He didn't know what was going on over there. After crossing over a mountain, Lu Yi stopped and tried to calm his breathing. Then, he took out an aura-concealing talisman from his storage bag and slapped it on his body. In an instant, all of his aura was concealed. He hadn't used the aura-concealing talisman before, so he didn't know how long it would last. However, he estimated that it wouldn't last for too long. Therefore, after restraining his aura, he immediately took action and quietly moved forward. A moment later, at the edge of the messy battlefield, Lu Yi quietly appeared under the cover of the night. At a glance, he saw the snow-white body of Hu Po. Under the moonlight, Hu Po looked like it was drunk. Its strong body staggered and shook its head constantly. It let out threatening growls from its throat, but there was something wrong with the sound. It was as if something was choking its neck, causing its growls to become hoarse. There was indeed something choking its neck. It was a necklace-like thing that was emitting a faint glow. It was actually a spirit artifact. Lu Yi narrowed his eyes slightly and quickly looked around. There were a total of 5 cultivators, 4 men and 1 woman. They were 10 meters apart from each other, surrounding Hu Po in the middle. Lu Yi quietly poured his spirit energy into his eyes and looked at the 5 cultivators. Soon, he determined the cultivation of these 5 people. 1 5th order, 1 4th order, and 3 3rd order. The woman among them was a 4th order cultivator. At this moment, she was forming a seal with one hand while her spirit energy surged. The 5th order cultivator was a young man in black clothes. He suddenly said, "Loosen the beast-taming collar. Don't strangle it to death. It'll be useless if it's dead." "I know." The woman responded and changed the seal in her hand. The collar around Hu Po's neck immediately glowed and loosened a little. Gasping for breath, Hu Po suddenly jumped up and pounced towards the 3rd order cultivator closest to him. However, just as he was in the air, the collar on his neck glowed again and Hu Po fell to the ground. The beast-taming collar was obviously suppressing Hu Po. This evil beast's strength isn't much, but its temper isn't small. The 3rd order cultivator chuckled upon seeing this. The woman snorted, "Its strength isn't much, but the 3 of you were still scared to the point of obediently handing over your storage bags." The 3rd order cultivator who spoke earlier said in embarrassment, "Senior sister, please don't make fun of us. Who would have thought that such a monster beast would have a companion puppet spirit? When these 2 fellows work together, it's very scary." Another 3rd order cultivator nodded vigorously, "Yes, yes." At that time, junior brother Xiong was so scared that he almost peed his pants. "Bullshit." The last 3rd order cultivator spat out. "I didn't." Senior sister, you chuckled. Senior brother Zhou's eyes are really sharp. After hearing about this matter, you realized that something was wrong. Otherwise, I'm afraid that you would have missed out on such a strange beast. With such weak strength, it has a companion puppet spirit. If it was properly raised, who knows how far it could grow. Chapter 103. Listening to the conversation between the cultivators, Lu Yi gradually understood the whole story. Just as he thought, after he fell into the water and disappeared, Yi and Hu Po went to find a place to heal their wounds. In the end, they were discovered by the 3 3rd order cultivators. However, the spirit and tiger duo were already experienced in dealing with such situations, so they didn't panic at all. They cooperated with each other and scared the 3 3rd order cultivators away. From the way they even handed over their storage bags, they should have been quite frightened. However, after the 3 of them returned, they told the 5th order senior brother Zhou about what happened. Senior brother Zhou vaguely sensed that something was wrong and brought the 3 of them to find Hu Po. As for the 4th order woman, she should have been specially invited by senior brother Zhou. She could use the beast-taming ring spirit artifact, which was extremely useful in dealing with monster beasts. Such a 5-person team found Hu Po again. Perhaps after some probing, senior brother Zhou determined that Hu Po was just for show and decisively took action. Fortunately, they wanted to capture Hu Po alive and didn't kill him. Otherwise, Hu Po would have been dead long ago. These days, Lu Yi had fed Hoopa a lot of spirit accumulation pills, and he ate and drank good food every day. Hoopo's strength had increased a lot compared to before, but he was only equivalent to a cultivator between the second order and third order. Even with Yi's help, he was definitely not a match for these cultivators. Senior brother Zhou alone could easily take care of them. Hoopa fell to the ground and tried his best to get up, but the beast-taming ring seemed to weigh 1,000 kilograms. Although Hoopa stood up with difficulty, his head was still on the ground and he couldn't move for a while. A hoarse roar came from his throat again. With a flash of light, Yi's figure jumped out of Hoopo's body. She angrily rushed towards the female cultivator and shouted, "Let go of Hoopa!" Seeing Hoopa suffer, even though she knew that her appearance was like a moth flying into a flame, she couldn't bear it anymore. However, just as she rushed out a few steps, her expression froze. Her eyes were filled with surprise, as if she had seen something. In the next moment, she hurriedly turned back and rushed into Hoopo's body, disappearing from sight. Senior brother Zhou had already flashed over swiftly with the intention of repelling this companion puppet spirit. Unexpectedly, the companion puppet spirit had actually returned, causing him to be completely bewildered. But following Yi's shout, the light from the beast-taming collar around Hoopo's neck slowly faded away. Without the beast-taming collar's suppression, Hoopo slowly raised his head. His amber tiger eyes shone with a demonic luster, and a faint golden demonic energy circled around his body, making him look murderous. The various encounters just now had undoubtedly stimulated his ferocious nature. "Senior Sister Yu, hurry up and activate the beast-taming collar," a third order hurriedly shouted. However, Senior Sister Yu did not react in the slightest. Senior brother Zhou looked over in confusion. What he saw caused his face to darken. This was because, at some point in time, there was a person standing behind Senior Sister Yu. The other party was less than 2 feet away from Senior Sister Yu, and there was a sharp weapon in his hand. That sharp weapon was pressed against Senior Sister Yu's back. Senior Sister Yu stood in place with a pale face, not daring to move. Their eyes met, and Senior Sister Yu shouted to Senior brother Zhou, "Senior brother, save me." Only at this moment did a faint smell of blood fill the air. The 3 third-order cultivators finally realized that something was wrong and turned their heads to see Lu Yi standing behind Senior Sister Yu. One of them shouted, "Who are you? Release Senior Sister Yu, or my serene cloud mountain will not let this matter rest." As he shouted, he pushed his spirit energy to investigate the aura around Lu Ye's body, but he found nothing. There was no aura at all. His heart thumped as he wondered if Lu Yi was using some kind of spirit artifact to cover up his aura or some kind of spirit talisman. If it was the latter, then it would be fine, but if it was the former, then Lu Ye's origin might be extraordinary. Just as he was feeling suspicious, Senior brother Zhou ground his teeth and cursed, "Idiot, shut up!" Before the third-order cultivator could figure out why Senior brother Zhou scolded him, Lu Yi, who was standing behind Senior Sister Yu, showed a look of relief. Serene Cloud Mountain. He had seen this force on the map before. It was a 9th-grade sect that belonged to the Myriad Demon Ridge camp. Originally, he wasn't sure which camp these people belonged to, but they used the name of their sect to scare him, which was obviously a big mistake. The reason why Senior brother Zhou scolded them was because of this. When 2 unfamiliar cultivators met, it was extremely unwise to rashly expose one's identity before figuring out which camp the other party belonged to. This third-order cultivator was obviously inexperienced on the battlefield and had never been beaten by the cultivation world. Lu Yi originally had some misgivings about how to deal with them if they were from Grand Heaven Alliance, but even if they were from the same camp, if he jumped out and told them that Hoopa was his, they would most likely ignore him. So, no matter which camp the other party belonged to, Lu Yi had to subdue one of them first. Only then would he have the qualifications to talk to them. The reason why he chose Senior Sister Yu was because she was concentrating on the beast-taming ring, so he had the highest chance of success if he launched a sneak attack. As for senior brother Zhou, he was a fifth-order cultivator. There was a difference of 2 orders between them, so Lu Yi didn't have much confidence. Lu Yi didn't put his saber on the other party's neck because there were too many uncertainties. The other party was a 4th-order cultivator, so he might have a way to escape. Therefore, he stealthily snuck behind senior martial sister Yu and decisively stabbed her in the back. He placed one hand on her shoulder, and the tip of the long saber was only 2 inches away from her heart. If the other party wanted to live, they wouldn't dare to act rashly. It could be said that when Lu Yi drew his saber, no matter which camp the other party belonged to, this enmity had already been formed. But he had no other choice. If he wanted to save Hu Po, it was useless to rely on his mouth to reason. The weapon in his hand was the strongest reason. But now that he knew the other party was from Serene Cloud Mountain, Lu Yi no longer had any concerns. Chi with a soft sound, the saber that had pierced senior sister Yu's chest came out of her body. The saber was stained with blood, and drops of blood dripped from the tip of the saber. Senior sister Yu's pupils shrank and dilated as she reached out to grab senior brother Zhou, shouting, "Senior brother, save!" Lu Yi kicked her in the back and pulled out his saber, kicking her towards senior brother Zhou. Senior brother Zhou's cultivation was the highest, so his reaction was also the fastest. Almost at the same moment Lu Yi made his move, he pulled out the sword at his waist. The soil under his feet flew up as he rushed towards Lu Yi, his body releasing a bright light. His eyes were bloodshot as he grit his teeth and shouted, "You court death!" He really didn't expect this person to directly kill senior sister Yu. This kind of decisiveness made his heart go cold. His forward momentum was interrupted by senior sister Yu, who was rushing towards him. He hurriedly caught her, but before he could check whether she was dead or alive, a shadow covered her. Senior martial brother Zhou raised his head and looked. The last thing that entered his eyes was a large spinning bell. The spirit aura on the surface of the large bell converged into a belt of light that revolved around him. It descended from the sky and enveloped him tightly. Chapter 104. The spirit artifact that trapped senior brother Zhou was the small bell Lu Yi obtained from the 9 Stars Sect's young master. He had been nourishing it with his own spirit chi these days, and it was quite effective. Although he hadn't completely refined the seal on it, he could at least display some of its power. The power of this spirit artifact could trap enemies, which was how Yi had been trapped back then. As for its other powers, Lu Yi couldn't display them for the time being. The change was extremely sudden. In the blink of an eye, senior sister Yu was killed, senior brother Zhou was trapped, and only 3 third-order cultivators were left. Before they could even react to what had happened, Lu Yi had already charged towards the person closest to him with his blade in hand. That person kept retreating and hurriedly pulled out his weapon to meet the enemy, but Lu Yi had already brushed past him. This third-order cultivator suddenly froze in place, and his body swayed slightly before he fell to the ground, quickly dyeing the ground red with blood. Although they were both third-order cultivators, how could he block a saber enhanced with sharpness? One was premeditated, while the other reacted hastily. Life and death were decided in the moment they met. Lu Yi had already arrived in front of the second third-order cultivator. This one seemed to be the junior brother Xiong, who had almost wet his pants after being frightened by Hu Po and Yi. He had a little more time to react, but in the face of a vicious person like Lu Yi, he had completely lost the courage to resist. He waved his weapon wildly and retreated in panic, shouting, "Don't come over!" However, this couldn't delay his death. Lu Yi rushed in front of him and slashed out with his saber. Junior brother Xiong instinctively raised his weapon to block in panic. At the same time, his weapon glowed faintly. Surprisingly, this was also a low-grade spiritual weapon. Low-grade spirit weapons like this were generally branded with spirit patterns of strengthening nature. This was because low-level cultivators fought in close combat. If the weapon was stronger, it would undoubtedly be able to last longer. Otherwise, if the weapon was destroyed in the middle of the battle, then the cultivator could only wait for death. When the two spirit artifacts were about to collide, Lu Ye's wrist flicked and his saber missed his opponent's block and slashed down diagonally. If it had been when he had just left Blue Cloud Mountain, this saber strike would have broken his opponent's weapon without any hesitation, but after experiencing life and death battles in Heaven's Splitting Gorge, Lu Ye's combat experience had increased significantly. This slash had almost split open the other party's chest, and the beating heart within could be vaguely seen. Ah! That person screamed and fell to the ground, but he didn't die immediately. Lu Ye flipped his saber and stabbed down. Junior brother Xiong twitched violently for a few times before his body straightened up and he stopped breathing. Lu Ye unsheathed his saber and charged towards the third-order Origin Realm cultivator. This person was currently being pestered by Hu Po, and Yi had also run out, constantly harassing him. She was a spirit, so she was extremely nimble, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. With the cooperation of a spirit and a tiger, although they couldn't do much to this person, delaying him wasn't a problem. Seeing Lu Yi kill two of his fellow disciples in a row, the man knew that he was no match for him. While waving the weapon in his hand to block the amber, he fumbled for his storage bag and hurriedly took out a talisman. Just as he was about to use the talisman, Lu Yi had already arrived in front of him and swung his saber. The hand holding the talisman was severed at the wrist. The severed hand fell to the ground, blood splattering everywhere, and a scream rang out before coming to an abrupt end. Lu Ye's saber had accurately pierced the other party's mouth and passed through his head. With a twist, the other party's vitality was crushed. Hu Pa gasped for breath on the side, and he rushed over in surprise. Lu Yi. Lu Yi smiled at her, but before he could speak, a loud bang rang out not far away. Lu Yi turned his head and saw the surface of the spirit bell flickering with light. The bell, which was originally only the size of a water tank, had expanded significantly. After all, he hadn't completely refined this spirit bell and could only display some of its power to trap enemies. Moreover, it couldn't trap enemies for long. Senior brother Zhou was a fifth-order spirit stream realm cultivator, so he definitely wouldn't just sit there and wait for death. Under his wanton destruction, the time it could trap enemies was even shorter. If Lu Yi didn't take back the spirit bell, this spirit artifact would soon be destroyed. The external defense of this bell was stronger. After all, it was a life-saving spirit artifact. Relatively speaking, it was easier to destroy it from the inside. Take Hu Po further away, Lu Yi hurriedly ordered. Hu Po's injuries had not yet healed, and after being besieged by Serene Cloud Mountain's group, his snow-white fur had been dyed red, and with his strength, he wouldn't be able to participate in the following battle. Yi didn't waste time and just worriedly warned Lu Yi, "Be careful." She took Hu Po a little further away, but kept her eyes fixed on Lu Yi. Once the situation turned bad, she and Hu Po would swarm forward and play as much of a role as possible. Lu Yi nodded and quickly ran towards senior brother Zhou, stretching out his hand halfway and causing the spirit bell to immediately fly up, shrink, and fall back into his hand. At the same time as he put away the spirit bell, he leapt up high and slashed down with his saber. Senior brother Zhou had just broken free when a bright saber light appeared in front of him. The long sword in his hand lightly floated forward and struck Lu Ye's saber. Lu Ye's figure became unstable for a moment, and not only was his attack broken, he was also sent flying backwards. Senior brother Zhou took advantage of this opportunity to press forward, his long sword stabbing out repeatedly. Although his offensive wasn't fierce, it was continuous, forcing Lu Yi to retreat again and again. This was the first time Lu Yi had encountered such an enemy. In the past, when he killed people, his saber was fast, accurate, and ruthless, either breaking his enemy's weapon or cutting their body in half. Even the fourth-order Origin Realm Masters of 9-Star Sect couldn't withstand a few slashes from his saber. But this senior martial brother Zhou's swordsmanship was so good that Lu Yi didn't know how to use his saber for a moment. Not only were his hurried saber moves blocked by the opponent, he didn't manage to injure him. Instead, he took advantage of the situation and left several wounds on his body. Lu Yi also urged his defensive spirit inscription to defend himself, but his opponent's long sword was like a snake, drifting erratically, always avoiding his body, causing him to waste some of his spirit chi. Unless he activated a spirit inscription that could completely block in front of him, there was no way he could defend himself. However, if he really activated such a spirit inscription, not to mention the huge consumption, Lu Yi wouldn't be able to attack. This kind of battle was completely different from his previous battle with Luo Ji. Luo Ji was a spirit Dao cultivator, so his spirit inscriptions were always traceable, so Lu Yi could block them. Senior brother Zhou was a close combat weapon cultivator, so the angle of his sword was difficult to judge. Therefore, even if Luo Ji was almost equivalent to an ordinary fifth-order cultivator, the feeling he gave Lu Yi was completely different. He could defeat Luo Ji, but he was definitely not this senior brother Zhou's opponent. After retreating several dozen meters, his opponent's attacks became more and more intense. Lu Yi immediately understood that in terms of combat skills, his opponent was several streets ahead of him. After all, he had only started cultivating a few months ago, but this senior brother Zhou was a fifth-order spirit stream realm cultivator who knew how long he had been cultivating, so he had his own attainments in Sword Dao. If this continued, he would definitely lose. Lu Yi made up his mind and pushed his spirit chi to the limit. Without hesitation, he fiercely slashed out with his saber, the long saber flashing with a sharp light. Chapter 105. Blood splashed as Lu Yi and senior brother Zhou each took 3 steps back. Lu Ye's right chest was bleeding profusely, having been pierced by senior brother Zhou's sword, but senior brother Zhou wasn't much better off. A long gash ran diagonally from his chest to his abdomen. If he hadn't taken a step back at the last moment, this saber strike would have cut him open. He had naturally seen Lu Ye's saber strike, but the reason he hadn't completely avoided it was because he had full confidence in his body protecting spirit chi. Before, Lu Yi had used his aura concealing talisman to conceal his figure and aura, so the people from Serene Cloud Mountain couldn't see through his depths, but now that he had attacked, it was impossible to hide his spirit chi fluctuations. Third-order spirit stream realm. The moment senior brother Zhou broke free from the spirit bell, he judged Lu Ye's cultivation. Yang Kai was a fifth-order spirit stream realm cultivator, 2 minor realms higher than Lu Yi, so his body-protecting spirit chi was naturally stronger, so Yang Kai was confident that even if he was struck by Lu Ye's saber, it wouldn't be a big deal. On the other hand, if he were to stab Lu Yi with his sword, Lu Yi wouldn't fare so well. If he hadn't always been cautious, when Lu Ye's saber struck, he wouldn't have even taken a single step back. This single step had allowed him to narrowly avoid death. The long blade slashed at his protective spiritual energy and was only stopped for a moment. Then, it broke through the protective spiritual energy and injured him. Senior brother Zhou pulled away from Lu Yi and looked down at his injuries, finding it hard to believe that his body-protecting spirit chi was so fragile. The spirit artifact in his opponent's hand seemed to be unimaginably sharp. Only now did Yang Kai have time to look around and was shocked to find that his junior brothers and junior sisters were all lying in pools of blood, dead. Only he and Lu Yi were left here, while the big tiger was not far away, eyeing them covetously, roaring back and forth as it paced back and forth. Senior brother Zhou's eyes twitched violently. He had been trapped in that spirit artifact for only 10 breaths of time. His junior sister Yu had been killed before, but the remaining 3 junior brothers were all third-order spirit stream realm cultivators. How could a lone junior brother kill all 3 of them in 10 breaths? Even senior brother Zhou had been wounded. Where did this monster come from? Anger and sadness welled up in his heart and his eyes turned red as he grit his teeth and roared, "Third order, a trivial third order. Lu Yi didn't know what he wanted to say, but he wasn't in the mood to listen. His opponent's sword pierced through his chest, making it difficult for him to breathe. This battle couldn't be dragged on for too long. Therefore, when Senior Marshal Brother Zhou was still shrouded in grief and indignation, he had already rushed forward. Senior Marshal Brother Zhou gritted his teeth and cursed. Their figures brushed past each other. Lu Yi had 3 more sword wounds on his body, but he had left another slash on Senior Marshal Brother Zhou's body. The angle of his slash was extremely tricky. It landed on Senior Marshal Brother Zhou's thigh, causing the flesh on his thigh to split open and blood to spurt out. Since I can't beat him in terms of skill, then I won't compete. I'll just trade injury for injury. If they really competed in skills, others would only play themselves to death. Lu Yi turned around and lowered his eyes. There was a defensive spirit tattoo covering his chest and neck, flickering with spiritual light. His spirit chi surged and burned, injecting new strength into the 2 spirit tattoos to keep them from collapsing. Lu Ye's idea was very simple. He would use the 2 defensive spirit tattoos to protect his vitals. As for the other places, he would just stab them and see who would be the first to collapse. It had to be said that this kind of defense was a bit shameless, but it was extremely effective. Because just now, Senior Brother Zhou had indeed thrust his sword at his chest, but that fatal strike was blocked by the Imperial Guard. It was also because of that flaw that caused Senior Brother Zhou's thigh to be cut by Lu Yi. It wasn't that Lu Yi didn't want to activate more and bigger spirit tattoos, but the consumption of these defensive spirit tattoos wasn't small. He wouldn't be able to maintain them for a long time. He had to ensure that he could kill Senior Marshal Brother Zhou before his spirit chi ran out. Otherwise, he and Hu Po would both die. 2 defensive spirit tattoos were barely enough to protect his vitals. "You motherfucker!" Senior Marshal Brother Zhou cursed again, looking flustered and exasperated. As he spoke, he took out a spirit talisman from his storage bag and slapped it on his body. It was the golden body talisman. In the blink of an eye, he was enveloped in a thick layer of golden light. But that wasn't all. He took out another spirit talisman and threw it at Lu Yi. As a 5th-order spirit stream realm cultivator, he naturally had a few life-saving spirit talismans on him. Normally, he would be reluctant to use them, but now, he had no choice but to use them. After exchanging 2 blows, Senior Marshal Brother Zhou realized that this 3rd order who had popped out of nowhere was not to be trifled with, especially the spirit artifact saber in his hand. It was so sharp that Senior Marshal Brother Zhou couldn't block it with just his protective spirit chi. Lu Yi was already rushing forward, but when Senior Marshal Brother Zhou threw out his spirit talisman, he had no choice but to stop. A small bell spun and grew to the height of a person, standing between him and Senior Marshal Brother Zhou. The power of the spirit talisman hit the spirit bell with a crackling sound. Lu Yi took advantage of the momentary distraction provided by the spirit bell to attack from the side. When Senior Marshal Brother Zhou saw Lu Yi's figure again, the distance between them was less than 5 meters. Senior Marshal Brother Zhou wanted to retreat, but the injury on his thigh caused him to stagger. Gritting his teeth, he faced the aggressive Lu Yi and stabbed out with his sword. Lu Yi rushed forward and slashed with his saber. Blood constantly splashed, and the sound of a sharp weapon piercing flesh made one's teeth ache. Spirit chi burst out from the collision, and the place where the 2 fought was a mess. After another round of mutual attacks, both sides suffered damage. Although Senior Brother Zhou's cultivation was 2 levels higher than Lu Ye's, the sharpness and defensive spirit tattoos were enough to make up for the difference in cultivation realm. In terms of offensive and defensive power, Lu Yi was not inferior to him at all. In fact, he was even stronger. The only advantage Senior Marshal Brother Zhou had over Lu Yi was his spirit chi reserves. A 5th-order cultivator had at least opened 63 apertures, while Lu Yi had only opened 41 apertures after entering the mountain to search for Hu Po. With a gap of at least 20 spirit apertures, Senior Marshal Brother Zhou naturally had the advantage in terms of spirit chi reserves. However, this didn't give him any advantage in the battle. Such a violent and bloody fight even made him feel despair, because his opponent was actually using spirit inscriptions to fight. The two defensive spirit inscriptions protected his vitals, making it impossible for him to break through them with his fifth-order cultivation. He also tried to break the spirit runes, but every time he weakened the power of the spirit runes with his sword, his opponent could completely repair them with spirit chi. Unless he could break the spirit runes in one blow, it was meaningless. Feeling his injuries gradually worsening, Senior Marshal Brother Zhou gradually lost the desire to avenge his junior brother and junior sister because he felt that if he continued to fight like this, he might die here. Moreover, under the opponent's continuous attacks, he didn't even have time to send out a message. Chapter 106. With a flash of saber light, Lu Yi slashed down again. Senior Brother Zhou raised his sword to block. If it were before, he would definitely stab his opponent's saber hand as he was confident he could injure him before the saber came down. But now, he didn't dare because he knew it was useless. The other party wouldn't back down in the slightest. Even if he was stabbed, the saber would still come down. This saber was blocked by his long sword, but the huge force behind it caused him to lose his balance. Lu Yi raised his foot and kicked Senior Brother Zhou's bloody thigh. This was one of the first injuries Lu Yi had inflicted on him, and it was extremely deep. Senior Brother Zhou screamed as he lost his balance and was kicked to the ground, but he still managed to cut a long wound on Lu Ye's calf with his sword. Lu Yi didn't seem to feel any pain and rushed up again, the long saber in his hand swirling with light as he slashed it towards Senior Brother Zhou's head. Asterisk dang dang dang. Asterisk the sound of weapons colliding rang out as Lu Ye's slashes were blocked by Senior Brother Zhou one after another. At a certain moment, with a crisp crack, the long sword in Senior Brother Zhou's hand broke, leaving only a half-foot-long sword blade. Long swords weren't suitable for slashing, so Lu Yi switched to using a long saber. Even if Senior Brother Zhou's long sword was of better quality, it couldn't withstand such a blow. The loss of his weapon was undoubtedly bad news for Senior Brother Zhou. Looking up, he saw Lu Ye's saber coming down, and he no longer had the capital to resist. A moment later, Lu Yi stood in place, covered in blood, his saber-wielding right hand trembling violently. The massive loss of blood had made his face pale. In front of him, Senior Brother Zhou lay in a pool of blood, his body twitching and his mouth filled with blood as he coughed from time to time. The golden light that originally covered his body had long been shattered by Lu Ye's saber. There were deep wounds on his body, the most serious of which was on his neck, where the saber had almost beheaded him. He hadn't died yet. The vitality of a fifth-order spirit stream realm cultivator was very tenacious, but he had no strength to resist. Lu Yi raised the long saber in his hand and stabbed forward. The sound of a sharp weapon piercing flesh rang out, and Senior Brother Zhou twitched violently for a moment before falling silent. Seeing a red light drift out from the back of his opponent's hand, Lu Yi completely relaxed. He won. To be honest, the reason why Lu Yi was able to win this battle was because he had killed an old master with a flurry of punches. Senior Brother Zhou's cultivation and skills were far superior to Lu Ye's, but he had probably never fought with someone like this before. Other than protecting two vital points, his opponent didn't defend at all. His extremely sharp saber was constantly slashing at his opponent, as if it was a battle of life and death. As a result, his own cultivation and skills were completely useless. The long saber in his hand fell to the ground with a clatter. Then, his body staggered and fell backwards. Lu Yi's cries rang out. She rushed behind him in time and used her petite body to prop him up, allowing Lu Yi to slowly slide to the ground. Hoopa also staggered over and went up to Lu Yi, nudging him with his big head. Lu Yi gasped for breath. The wound in his right chest made it difficult for him to breathe. His lungs were numb. He struggled to take out 2 healing pills from his storage bag and swallowed them, silently sensing his condition. It was terrible. There were all kinds of penetrating wounds on his body, and there were no less than 20 wounds of various sizes. Although the healing pills were useful, they weren't enough to heal such serious injuries. He only had about 10% of his spiritual power left. This short battle had consumed too much of his spiritual power. He secretly rejoiced that he had only activated 2 defensive spirit tattoos to protect his vital point. If he had activated 1 more, he probably wouldn't have been able to hold on until the end. He looked at him anxiously from the side. She wanted to help but didn't know where to start. Luya's hands trembled as he took out a new set of clothes from his storage bag. Panting, he said, "Bandage my wounds." He hurriedly reached out and tore the clothes into strips, bandaging Luya's wounds one by one. She had obviously never done such a thing before, and the bandaging was a mess, but at least it had some effect of stopping the bleeding. "Take me away. We can't stay here for long." Luya's aura was much weaker, as if he could faint at any time. Although senior brother Zhou hadn't been able to send out any messages until his death, the previous battle had caused quite a commotion. It was very likely that it would attract nearby cultivators. Moreover, there were many demonic beasts and ferocious beasts in this forest. The smell of blood would attract them. He nodded and gave Hupo an order. Hupo immediately bent down and waited for Yi to carry Lu Yi onto the tiger's back before getting up. Yi picked up the long saber that Lu Yi had dropped on the ground, then ran out to collect the small bell spirit tool and the storage bags of senior brother Zhou and the others. Lying on the tiger's back, Lu Yi saw this and felt gratified. Not letting go of any spoils of war. What a fine and beautiful tradition this was. "Lu Yi, where are we going?" he asked. Lu Yi raised his hand and pointed in a direction. Hupo immediately rushed out. He also sat on the tiger's back, supporting Lu Ye's body to prevent him from falling. The scenery around them kept receding, and Lu Ye's consciousness became more and more blurry. He felt that he would soon faint. He didn't know how to save people. If he fainted, the 2 healing pills he had taken before might not be of much use. He might even die. Therefore, the most important thing right now was to find someone to save him. The image of a soft-spoken beauty immediately appeared in his mind. It was now the latter half of the night, and there were only a little more than 2 hours until daybreak. If Hupo was a little faster, he should be able to catch up. 100 miles away, Ing Mountain, find Hua Si. Lu Yi finally took out the 10 points map from his storage bag and handed it to Yi. After he finished speaking, he completely fainted. Yi didn't know who Hua Si was, but since Lu Yi said so, she could only do as she was told. With one hand supporting Lu Yi, she used the other to check the 10 points map. After confirming the location of Ing Mountain, she led Hu Po in that direction. A carriage was traveling on the road. Its destination was Tassel Square. The driver was Kong Nyo, and inside the carriage was Hua Si. This kind of life had been going on for a long time. If there were no accidents, Hua Si would go to Tassel Square every day to treat the injured cultivators. Inside the carriage, she seemed to be thinking about something. Her gaze was absent-minded, and she would occasionally smile, as if she was recalling something fun. Suddenly, she lowered her head and looked at the back of her right hand. Someone had sent her a message, and only a few people from the Scattered Wanderers Society could contact her. After some checking, Hua Si suddenly jumped out of the carriage. Kong Nyo, who was driving the carriage, sensed the movement and quickly reined in the horse. When he turned his head to look, he saw that Hua Si had already returned to the way they came. From afar, he heard a voice saying, "We won't go out of the market today. You should come back too." "Oh!" Kong Nyo responded and turned the carriage around. He didn't ask about the situation. To him, Hua Si's words were orders, and he only needed to follow them. After all, his life was given to him by Hua Si. Chapter 107. When Hua Si hurried back to Ing Mountain, Ruan Lingyu greeted her. "How is he?" she asked. Ruan Lingyu said solemnly, His injuries are very serious. In all her life, she had never seen anyone so severely injured. To be honest, she found it strange that Lu Yi was still alive. It could be said that there was almost no part of Lu Ye's body that was intact. With such injuries, living was more painful than death. Are you senior sister Hua Xi? Please save Lu Yi. Yi walked up and looked up at Hua Xi with a pleading face. Hua Xi looked in the direction of the voice and was slightly stunned. Lu Yi had come alone last time. This time, a sweet-looking girl had brought him here. There was also a huge tiger lying on the ground. The tiger was supposed to be snow white, but the blood on its body had dyed most of its body red. It lay there, its chest rising and falling. Hua Xi didn't waste time and asked, "Where is he?" Ruan Lingyu said, "Where he used to live. I'll go take a look." After a short while, in the bamboo house where Lu Yi used to live, Hua Xi saw the young man who seemed to be drenched in blood. Even though she was used to seeing injured cultivators, she couldn't help but frown. This injury was simply too severe. She walked up to check on Lu Ye's condition, and her frown deepened. At that moment, the unconscious Lu Yi slowly woke up. He opened his eyes and looked at the woman sitting beside him with hazy vision. Their eyes met, and Hua Xi chuckled. "Who is this? We're really fated to meet again so soon." Lu Yi was a little embarrassed. No matter what, he had been wrong to leave without saying goodbye last time. Even a god can't save such a serious injury. Hua Xi shook her head slowly and said the most heartbreaking words in the softest voice. "If you have any last words, say them quickly. It'll be too late." Hua Yi, who was standing at the side, immediately burst into tears. Ruan Lingyu's nose was also sour, and her eyes were red. She couldn't help but reach out and hug Yi, letting her vent her emotions on her chest. "Why are you scaring a child?" Lu Yi said weakly. "Don't listen to her nonsense." With a trembling hand, he reached into his storage bag and took out a bottle of pills. Hua Xi said, "If I say you can't be saved, then you can't be saved. Quickly drag him out and bury him." Lu Yi took out another bottle of pills. Hua Xi snorted softly and put away the 2 bottles of elixirs without leaving a trace. She said indifferently, "It's not like we can't save him." Then, she turned to Ruan Lingyu and said, "Lingyu, go and boil a pot of hot water." She then looked at Yi and said, "You stay and help." Ruan Lingyu immediately responded and rushed outside, leaving Yi standing there, bewildered. She looked at Lu Yi, only to find that she had fainted again. "I won't die." Hua Xi kept taking things out of her storage pouch to make preparations. "Help me take off his clothes." Take off my clothes?" Yi was stunned. "He's injured all over. How can we save him without taking off his clothes? If you want him to die, you don't have to take it off." "I'll do it," Yi immediately responded, looking as if she was going to take off her own clothes. She gritted her teeth and walked to the bed with solemn steps. The hot water was quickly boiled, and Hua Xi had already begun to treat Lu Yi. The whole room was filled with a green light that gave people warmth and vitality. Ruan Lingyu ran out with a red face and stood guard at the door, ready to be ordered at any time. Under Hua Xi's guidance, Yi used the hot water to clean the dirt around Lu Ye's wounds. They busied themselves until noon. Compared to his previous injuries, Lu Ye's injuries this time looked more serious and frightening, but in fact they were much better. After all, he was injured by a sharp weapon, while the last time he was injured by a spell. The 2 situations were different. It was just that there were too many wounds, so it was more troublesome to treat. Hua Xi wiped the sweat from her forehead and turned to look at Yi. "Do you want me to save the big tiger outside?" Yi nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. Yes. In this half a day, she had witnessed Hua Xi's medical skills with her own eyes. Under her treatment, Lu Ye's breathing became much steadier. Although his face was still pale, it was better than before. How could she not know that this beautiful senior sister in front of her was a medical cultivator? Hu Po was also injured, but his injuries were not as serious as Lu Ye's. As Hu Po's companion spirit, she could clearly sense Hu Po's condition. "Then I'll put the consultation fee on him," Hua Xiai said, then pushed the door open and left. A moment later, Hu Po's groans could be heard from outside. A full day later, Lu Yi woke up again. His body was weak and aching all over, especially his right lung. However, he knew that this was a good thing. If his right lung remained numb, it would be the most troublesome. "Lu Yi, you're awake," Yi's voice sounded. Then, her face came closer and she looked at Lu Yi in surprise. Lu Yi smiled at her and tried to get up, but he didn't have the strength. Yi took the initiative to help him up and let him lean against the headboard. He glanced around and saw Hua Xiai sitting beside him with a bowl of green medicine in her hands. Lu Ye's expression turned bitter. "Since you're awake, drink the medicine." Hua Xiai leaned forward and handed him the bowl of medicine. Lu Yi wanted to raise his hand, but he couldn't. He could only stare at her helplessly. Hua Xiai was quite helpless. She got up and fed the medicine to Lu Yi. As she did so, she said, "Feed him a spirit pill." Cough, cough, cough. Lu Yi almost choked to death. This black-hearted woman was really obsessed with money. "If you dare spit it out, I'll stuff the bowl in your mouth." Hua Xiai smiled, her voice as gentle as water. Yi turned to look at Hua Xiai in disbelief. It was as if she was getting to know her all over again. After drinking the medicine, Hua Xiai checked Lu Ye's condition and nodded. "It's good to have abundant blood and qi. You recover faster than others." Hua Xiai had said this before. Lu Ye's blood and qi were much stronger than cultivators of the same level. At first, she suspected that Lu Yi wanted to walk the path of a body cultivator. "Then let's start today's treatment." Hua Xiai clapped her hands. Yi immediately walked out of the room. Lu Yi was puzzled. When Hua Xiai lifted the bedding, he discovered that he was naked. Fortunately, his entire body was bandaged tightly. He was literally wrapped up like a dumpling. A green light began to flicker. Lu Yi crawled onto the bed, feeling the pain and numbness of his wounds. "Didn't you say you were Chaldea?" Hua Xiai suddenly asked. "Why did that little girl Chaldea call you Lu Yi?" Lu Yi had stayed here for half a month last time, so he had naturally reported his name to Hua Xiai. "My surname is Lu, and my courtesy name is Ye," Lu Yi explained in a serious manner. "Is that so?" Hua Xiai replied casually. "Hiss!" Lu Yi suddenly felt a piercing pain on his back. "Ah, my hand slipped. I'm sorry." Hua Xiai chuckled. "Don't give me that." Lu Yi was so angry that his lungs hurt. This is not the attitude a patient should have toward a doctor. Hua Xi's tone began to soften. Lu Ye's face darkened. He had a bad feeling.